The sidelines are packed. The fans are in the stands. It's game night from the Duneland to the Northwest Crossroads.
Hit hard from the backside. It is
the Greater South Shore.
Inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
And the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving.
First down.
Until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on game night.
Now, this looks like a job for us, as half the teams get on the bus. The game night crew won't start a fuss. Friday night seems so empty without us, because guess who's back? Back again. Game night's back, tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Because this is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union. We welcome the WJOB and JED TV for our pre- and post-game simulcasts. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, your MC for the next 4 hours. Tonight we have Andrew Johnson scratching the records, Kyle Svetich will be making all the call-outs, and Tom Maloney will settle the scores from around the region. And of course, my rap partner for all these years, the hippest man in the land, Coach Wayne Svetanoff. Coach, you ready to cut it up?
Oh, I am, and I want to know who your senior English teacher at Velpa was, because they should give you an A for the way you have these intros played out. They are excellent.
My senior English, it's been a long time. It's been over 20 years, so I'll have to get back to you on that. But I'll send my regards to them. They definitely put me in a nice position to at least get my intros out here in perfect grammatical forms.
Yes, it is week 5.
It is week 5. So, Wayne, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say that, in week 1, you're all nervous. Nobody knows who's going to play well, who's going to, be on top. Maybe Crown Point knew that. But then you got, week 2, and everybody talks about, now you make your improvements. Now you get better as a team. So what do you do for week 5? Well, I think that what you do for week 5 is, number 1, you know your team. And this is the time, if you're going to make adjustments to that starting lineup, this is the time you want to do it. Not in week 9.
No.
Okay, you want to do it in mid-season so that you can get some playing, with the group, the cohesiveness of the first group playing together.
Right.
That's so very important. And we've got enough good games here where, you're going to find out how good you really are this week.
And it goes to the combination of the off-season workouts and the coaches' adjustments as the season is continuing to get along the way, right? We're in the midway point of the season now. This is where teams need to start meshing and gelling, just to your point. If you don't have it right now, you're going to start panicking here in another week or two as sectionals is coming on its way. But we do have a handful of really exciting games today. What better place to start than our game of the week, Andrean at Hobart. That is going to be a battle of 2 of the blue bloods of Northwest Indiana.
Really, and that's going to be, again, good one. It is at Hobart. Okay, so that's a factor there. Andrean is playing well right now. James Finley has just been outstanding so far these last couple of weeks. But you know what? Hobart struggled early. They're starting to make a turn also.
Oh, absolutely.
And, and they have done it without their leading runner in Willie Shearer. So Shearer has played a little bit, but he's really not produced as much. And I think that they're distributing the ball in the backfield.
Right.
They've got a couple of nice kids back there.
Well, anytime you have, say, a nagging injury or, it takes a while for that to kind of work out of your system. Hobart, like you said, they struggled a little bit earlier, but they have some positive momentum on their side. But so does Andrean. Andrean played a really tough schedule early, and tonight, and they won last week against Kankakee Valley. They have the opportunity now to continue that momentum, and you got 2 teams that are trying to kind of flex their muscle and take over the front running of the Northwest Crossroads
and
Conference.
take it away from that team that just moved in last year,
right.
Hanover Central,
right.
and swept the conference.
Yes, Hanover obviously has been really tough for the last half decade. At this point, they've been really, really flexing their muscle. It's going to be an interesting race at the top of that conference for sure. We'll move on from there, and we'll go to our beef of the week. Our beef of the week is Valparaiso and Chesterton. This game, you've got Valparaiso hosting Chesterton. This is a huge rivalry game for both of these programs.
Right down the road, everybody knows one another. They play and weight lift in the same places, sometimes in the summer. And there's no, as well as you know, there's no love lost in this particular game.
There is not. So if it wasn't enough that I remind our listeners every week that I played for Valpo, this was a game that we always had circled on our calendars for the same reason that you just alluded to. It's a 5-mile drive, and we've all been going to the same gyms together, playing the same pickup basketball games. We know these people. We've attended social functions at the same time, so it's definitely a bit of a major bragging rights scenario for both of these teams. What's interesting is over the last 5-10 years or so, they've actually been playing for a milk jug, a traveling trophy, and Valparaiso has held that trophy for a while now. It'll be interesting to see if Chesterton takes it back this year.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good game. I mean, Valpo struggled against Penn. Everybody does.
Sure.
But they have really come on strong lately. And Chesterton surprised us early with their ability to run the ball with Brady McCormick as their quarterback. He has played very, very well. Then they went into a little lull and then came back last week and played pretty darn well.
Sure.
And if I'm not mistaken, here, I have it right here. Okay. They won 28-7 over LaPorte.
Right.
And that's another rivalry for Chesterton, a LaPorte situation.
Right.
So that's a nice, that's a nice segue into this particular game.
So what's interesting for this game going forward, there has been some rumors, some mumblings that McCormick might have been a little bit banged up last week. So, as he goes, or as their offense goes, he goes, whatever the cliche is that I'm trying to, get out and butchering. So he's a key cog to that offense. It'll be interesting to see how his health is and if the rumors are true.
When I look back a week, Valpo won at Michigan City 20-16.
Right.
That's not a score everybody in the area would say, what? Only 2016? Right. So does that tell you that Michigan City's good? Or does that tell you that Valpo still needs to find something else other than Tommy Berta?
It'll be interesting to see. I'm on the belief that Michigan City's probably pretty good. There's always been talent there, and they've had years where they've been extremely successful, and then they've had years where they've maybe slowed down a little bit. But there's an ebb and flow for every program has a down year here and there. Michigan City has always been a very tough, solid, sometimes towards the top of the pack in the DAC, sometimes in the middle, but they've never really been the bottom of the pack, at least not in recent history. So that tells me they have some stability in their program. There's talent in that town. And they're definitely doing what they need to do. That'll be an interesting game this week as Michigan City is traveling to Maryville this week. That's a very interesting ball game because Maryville has been dominant for parts of this early season. They definitely weren't dominant against Crown Point, but no one really is. Let's be fair. But Maryville is a program that's trying to continue to move in the positive direction. And what a feather in the cap of Michigan City would it be to take out Maryville?
And Maryville has good offense and good defense. John Peters is one outstanding wide receiver and defensive player for the Pirates.
Right.
And he's had a great season so far. It's going to be interesting to see how he steps up. I think really, the key to Maryville so far is if you can control the turnovers and then cause some turnovers against for your opponent, they can really dominate a game.
Right, and we highlighted here on this show last week that Maryville, maybe had a little bit of an emotional type game. There was a lot of unsportsmanlike, those the 15ers is the way I like to, put that. And it's very interesting to see if coach kind of, got them to concentrate a little bit more and those types of mistakes so that it doesn't affect them this week. You
and I both know Coach Cease is an outstanding coach.
Yes.
He's going to get that fixed.
Of course.
Because he understands you don't go anywhere in Northwest Indiana in the playoffs if you still have those types of, control problems, I'll say. They have the ability to be very, very good. Tonight, I think, is going to be a very good test for Maryville.
So I was chatting with Gary Graben before this started, and every week we just kind of talk over, what our feelings are, how we feel, how this could go. This is going to be an interesting test for Maryville, and here's why. Michigan City plays really stout defense, and it seems like, at least at this point, Maryville's offense takes a drive or two to kind of figure out their opponent and then, get that momentum going on the offensive side. This is a circumstance where if Michigan City's defense can flex their muscle a little bit, Maryville might struggle early in this game.
And they don't want to get behind. There's no way.
You never want to get behind, right?
Yeah.
But it's a circumstance where these are two teams with a lot of skill.
Right.
And, so there might be a lot of offense involved here, but, whose defense shows up might be the key in this game.
I totally agree.
All right. We can stick in the DAC here a little bit. LaPorte travels to Lake Central. LaPorte a little bit struggling this season, having a bit of a rough one. Lake Central, kind of finding their footing as well. That'll be an interesting game, and we'll see how that one goes. But it's always a beautiful place to be playing at Lake Central. Their facilities are just gorgeous.
Boy, they really are. And they're 2-2 on the season.
Right.
So, this game for Lake Central is important because that'll get them – in the right mode,
right.
For the rest of the season. They still have a very tough schedule. They still have Valparaiso,
mm-hmm.
And I think they still have, they play Crown Point, but, so you're talking about a lot of good, tough teams left in the conference that they need to play well.
And sticking in the Duneland, where we have Portage traveling to Crown Point. Portage has shown a lot of flashes of positivity here this season. They've won a couple games, but traveling to Crown Point is always a tough circumstance.
And plus, you've got, Coach Roy Richards from Portage. He's at Portage now, doing a nice job of turning that program around a little bit. But Craig Mazzia, the coach from Crown Point, was there in previous years.
Right, yeah.
And his Portage teams played, as you well know.
Oh, yeah, I played against him. Absolutely.
He really can coach. So this is going to be a good test for Crown Point. Can't get placed. And I know Coach Mazzia is not going to let that happen.
No, not this week. Yeah, when I was playing against Coach Mazia's when he was leading the Portage teams, the DAC was... It was, a battle between us and Portage and then everyone else.
Yes.
And, I was blessed enough for at least 3 of my years to get the better of Portage. But my senior year, who won the DAC? It was Portage.
Oh.
So, it's definitely a circumstance where these two teams, for Crown Point and Portage, this is an interesting matchup. And Coach Bazia, he remembers what it's like to coach Portage. It wasn't that long ago.
How about a Hanover and Kankakee Valley?
Oh, my gosh.
I think that's going to be a very good one. Hanover, other than playing Chittard, I believe it was, that was their only loss, they're just putting up unbelievable statistics.
Right.
And the one that jumps out at me most, we understand that Hanover Central has always had good quarterback play.
Oh, absolutely.
All of a sudden, a young man who was there when he was a freshman moved into Illinois and now has come back, Tommy Bonner.
Right.
What a fantastic week he had last week. And this is the surprising thing about Tommy. he has 10 TD passes, and he doesn't lead the area in yardage with those TD passes.
And we'll get into that here in a little bit. It's very interesting. We've had a lot of great performances, and when we go over our players of the week, we'll get there. But before we go any further, we've got Dr. Reed Amons with an update and on the field segment actually for Michigan City at Maryville. Dr. Reed, how are you this evening?
I'm great, gentlemen. Thank you once again for having us on, and another week of high school football. What another great night. We've been really blessed so far this fall with some tremendous weather, and it looks like at right around 80 degrees here at kickoff time, and not very many clouds in the sky. We're going to have another really good night of high school football and get a chance to showcase some of our young student athletes here in Northwest Indiana. Can't wait to see it.
Have you been able, Dr. Reed, to talk to Coach Cease and see what their mentality is after last week?
I saw Coach Cease a couple times in the hallways of the high school this week, but I did not dare approach him, not knowing what. I'm sure he was not very pleased with some of the penalties from last week, for sure. Knowing Coach Cease and his interactions with the students and athletes over the last couple of years, I know that was addressed this week in practice, and the way that you cannot put yourself in a position where you're going to give the other team favorable field position, maybe able to convert some first downs when they otherwise would not have, or just putting your offense in a 1st and 25 or a 2nd and 20, 20 position kind of, like a long way that you need to gain in order to gain a first down. So you really can't do that in a kind of a needless way. And the team played very hard last week, a well-fought victory over Portage, and so I know he was very pleased about that. But certainly, as you guys have mentioned, penalties and turnovers are killers in high school football, and you just want to make sure that you eliminate those as much as possible.
So, Dr. Reed, looking at the opponent today in Michigan City has shown a lot of flashes of playing some really tough defense and have made a name for themselves as sticking with these opponents and playing extremely hard. What does Maryville have to do to kind of counteract that?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You look at Michigan City, and I believe right now they are the second best scoring defense in the conference, only behind Crown Point. They've given up less than 60 points on the season, so under 15 points a game. But they're only 1-3. So if you have a really good defense and you have a losing record, that typically means you're not scoring a lot of points. So I think Michigan City would love to see a 14-13, 16-13 type game. So for me, the magic number for the Pirates tonight is going to be 20. If they can get to 20 points, I really like their chances. But if Michigan City is able to give that offense some fits tonight for Maryville, I think it could be a long night for the Pirates. So what do I think Maryville needs to do? They need to own the line of scrimmage on both sides, offense and defense. They have to be able to run the ball. Maryville has not proven this year to this point that they can just win a game by throwing the ball for 350 yards and 5 touchdowns. They do need to be able to establish that line of scrimmage with a nice offensive lineman that they have. They have a couple very good running backs in Jacarius Johnson and Cam Jordan, just a sophomore and a junior. And so if they can establish that line of scrimmage and get that running game going, and they're defensively, they've been able to control the line of scrimmage and stop the opposing running game for the most part this season. So if they can continue to do that against Michigan City, I think the Pirates have a really good chance. But they do need to get, I think, at least 3 touchdowns. I think they need to get into the 20s or 30s this game to give themselves a chance.
Michigan City has that heart-to-heart combination of quarterback and wide receiver. They can put points on the board. So probably I would think that Maryville would like to be able to score first, but then they have to make sure that their defense and their cornerbacks for Maryville are very good. John Peters has done an outstanding job for the Pirates. They have the capability of maybe shutting down that explosive offense for Michigan City.
Yeah, I think going into the season, that was one thing Coach Cease was really excited about. Probably the most underrated group that he had, or at least question mark coming into the season, was the front seven on the defense. But he was really excited about that defensive back core that he had, including John Peters and and some others that are back there and have done a nice job. John Peters last week had a 100-yard interception returned back for a touchdown. Got it right at the goal line, returned it all the way back for untouched for a score, which just kind of is the highlight of his season. He's done some really nice things otherwise, but Zamari Martinez has done a really good job back there as well, and as well as some others. But that defensive back group is very skilled, very talented, and I'm sure looking forward to a matchup this year. As you mentioned, the Hart wide receiver for Michigan City. I remember last year. There are guys talking about how impressed they were with him as a freshman a year ago, and what they were looking forward to, and they think that he can be a big time college commit eventually, and a tremendous athlete here for the Wolves in Northwest Indiana and the Duneland.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You bet, guys. Looking forward to it, and I'll look forward to the updates. Talk to you soon.
All right, thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an on-the-field segment from Michigan City at Maryville. We're going to go from Maryville down the road to Hobart, Indiana with our Game of the Week, an on-the-field segment with Gary Graben. Gary, how's it going?
It's going great, boys. Hope everything's great with you guys tonight. Great atmosphere, great weather here tonight.
Yeah, you can't beat it. Some rainstorms kind of rolled through here in the early afternoon, but from what I can tell, it's dried out a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. And, this artificial turf dries pretty easily now, so it's not like the grass fields where there'd be a lasting effect. So it should really have no effect tonight.
Gary, last week Hobart rolled over Kankakee Valley, which kind of surprised me a little bit because Kankakee has really come on as a program, but 41-23. Obviously, Hobart now is starting to make their move. This game for them against Andrean is really huge. Andrean also has had a tough start, but now they're starting to make their turn, especially with this James Finley young man. So this is going to be a really good one.
Well, this is a game, every time the schedules come out, this is one of those games you look for when this one's going to happen, going back for decades. This game is a real rivalry-type game. You are correct that Hobart seems to be putting some pieces in place here. Coach Schreiber, you guys got a chance to talk to him last week. Again, first-year head coach here at Hobart, a lot of pressure trying to get things in. Willie Shearer was injured here at the start of the year, did not play out of the gate. He is back. Max Pickett did a great job filling in at running back, so now they're going to have sort of two dangerous backs in the backfield. So things are piecing together, I think, pretty well for Hobart here. Tonight's going to be interesting because Andrean, you mentioned Jimmy Finley, but if we flip to the other side of the ball, which also includes Jimmy Finley, this Andrean defense is playing really well. The defense has only allowed 2 touchdowns over the last 3 weeks. Wow. And when you look at the stats in Northwest Indiana, there are lots of different names. Ethan Reyna and Charlie Solers with tackles. Actually, Finley is on the list for tackles. If we go over to sacks, they have Angel Torres, who is number 5 in the area in sacks. And then Finley is number 2 in the area in interceptions. This defense is playing really well. The one thing Andrean is struggling with is running the ball. Really, Elish, the quarterback, last week against Munster was their best rusher. They tried to establish the run early in that game with Munster last week, and we saw that it ended up in a scoreless first quarter. One bad note for Andrean this week is that their all-everything offensive tackle Ben Novak was injured last week and is out. Oh. And if people are not aware of Ben, he's a junior, and he is a sequoia tree because he is 6'6", 320. He already has numerous Division I offers in-state, I believe, from Notre Dame and Indiana. Georgia is recruiting him. I mean, he is big time. And in a line that's sort of a little bit weak in other areas, to lose by far the best player is going to hamper the run chances even more. So will Andrean's D and the passing offense be enough here tonight to handle the Brickies? They don't pay me enough to predict that.
Well, is the young man, the tackle there, is he out for the season, or you don't know?
I'm not sure of that. I think he is definitely out here, and I think for at least a few weeks. We'll find out more as the season rolls on. But, again, a tough story there with him because, like I said, he is we don't talk a lot about offensive linemen week to week here, but he is certainly the blue chipper here, and only a junior. So, again, he will have another season here, too, also after this one. But, again, a big loss for Andrean there in the line. He does not play on the defensive side, so it's only on one side of the ball. But still, again, how many 6'6", 320-pound people do you know?
Right.
I know a couple, but not many.
Yeah, I'm not talking about girth, though. I'm talking about muscle.
Right, exactly. You know, when you have that, God-given, size and strength given to you, you don't want to, have your injuries kind of derail you as a player. But, and hopefully comes back and he's as healthy as he can be here, and have a great rest of his season. Gary, when it comes to Hobart, what do you think some of the keys are for Hobart?
Well, if they can establish the run, it's a little bit – they don't want to pass the ball a lot here. Alex Tatum's done a decent job this year. He's got more than 500 yards passing over the first 4 weeks with 5 touchdown passes. But I think it's a little bit of – we always talk about Keith Kilmer at Lowell with his we want to pass when we want to, not when we have to. I think Hobart's in that same situation tonight. They're going to throw the ball, but if they have to throw the ball a lot, that is not a good thing for Hobart. They need to stay balanced. They need to utilize the running game here. And as we talked about, Andrean has defensive studs all over the field here. So this is a tough matchup. I think we'll see right out of the gate what Andrean's giving Hobart. Are they going to crowd the box here and try to take away the run? Are they going to be back where there might be more room for a run? Because you have to take what the defense has given you. But for Hobart, I think that's the key. And, this is the game. We know what Hanover is. They're a very complete team in the Northwest Crossroads. But this is really to see who the main challenger to Hanover is going to be for the rest of the season here in the Northwest Crossroads.
Gary, something to maybe keep your eye on. Because Hobart has now 2 running backs that are very, very good, it would be interesting to see if they're going to do any flex bone, or if they're going to run the eye, or they're going to split the backfield. Those are all things that Coach Schreiber has done in the past in different places.
It's possible we might even see some wildcat. There's a lot of different options here that Hobart can use. I would expect to see multiple formations to try to keep this Andrean defense off its feet a little bit. So a great thing to watch for. Wayne, you are bringing the A game tonight. Must be good peppies tonight.
It was very good.
It was very good.
So one teacher giving another teacher a good grade. So that's awesome. It's better than I ever got.
Well, it's still a C+ for Wayne, but, again.
All right, Gary, anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, again, this is, one of the great environments in high school football. Obviously, we always harken back to the old Bricky Bowl, but this new Bricky Bowl is actually a great place to see a game. And there's nothing like seeing the Brickies come over the berm in that south end zone. So it is a very wonderful experience to be here and to see a game at Hobart.
All right. Thank you much, Gary. We appreciate your update and looking forward to hearing more from you as this night goes on.
Sounds good, boys.
That was Gary Graben with our Game of the Week, Andrean at Hobart. Now we have a special segment here for game night. When you talk about the heart of Northwest Indiana sports, one name rises above the rest: Tommy Williams. For the last 20 years, Tommy's voice didn't just broadcast the game, he brought it to life. Whether it was on TV, radio, or at the U.S. Steel Yard, the Gary Rail... I apologize. I'm getting emotional reading this myself. Whether it was on television, radio, or the U.S. Steel Yard for the Gary South Shore Railcats, Tommy was more than a voice. He was the heart of region sports community. Tonight, we honor the man whose passion for sports and devotion to the community was unmatched. Tommy was not just a broadcaster. He was a mentor, a friend, and a pillar of Northwest Indiana. In our next segment, we are joined by those who knew him best. Tom Maloney, our Vice President of Radio. Jason Urechko, Tommy's right-hand man with the Railcats. And Renee Conley, who brought him into the Railcats family. Their words remind us of the lasting impact of a man whose voice and spirit will never fade. This is for Tommy Williams, our friend, our colleague, and our true local legend of Northwest Indiana sports. All right, folks, we have a little bit of technological difficulties there. We're going to get that figured out and come back after a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com.
Lakeshore Public Media needs your help. We are behind this fiscal year, and the deadline is rapidly approaching. As we enter into the end of our fiscal year, we need your help to support our mission of serving Northwest Indiana. During our Build LPM Pledge Drive, your support powers the programs and initiatives that matter most to your community. Let's build together. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and pledge to help build your community station. Thank you.
If there's one thing I know y'all love to do, it's debate what are the best things to come from your city. That's why for the next few weeks, NPR's It's Been a Minute is bringing The Smackdown, a debate series to cities all across the states. Our next city, New Orleans, Louisiana. Join us in the Big Easy, next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
So I moved back to my hometown and started a new career selling medical supplies, full of confidence that my master's degree in philosophy had prepared me well for the corporate world.
Join us for more true stories told live. Next time, trying to put the past behind us. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Imagine you are a liquid creature.
On the next Radio Lab,
no bones, and you are so pliable that you can literally...
the story of an unexpected...
pour your body through a tiny opening.
Escape artist.
The predator is fooled into believing you're still there.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
In December of 2023, my hometown did something I never thought would happen. People sang and celebrated as they watched a crane remove the last Confederate monument in Jacksonville, Florida. Living while black in Florida, the lows and the highs on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
On the next Snap Judgment, an audio storytelling event 5 years in the making. superstar and Oscar winner Peter Nyong'o walks into Snap Studios and says she wants to make a show about home. Mind your own. Snap Judgment, storytelling with the beat. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Well, Ben Kolodzinski back with Coach Wayne Svetanoff. Coach, Tommy Williams would have had the biggest laugh. It's almost fitting here that we had some technological issues, coming up with this segment. We're feverishly trying to figure out what's going on with that. So
we'll get it.
We'll get it. If it's not this week, then we'll get it next week. But it's definitely, a wink and a nudge and a nod to our buddy Tommy that, hey, we had a little bit of a hiccup. And, what he would always say is, we'll get him next time, partner, whenever we had hiccups on this show. So, Tommy Williams, we love you. We'll get back at this as soon as we can. So, we're going to go ahead and, continue to talk about some of the games that we have going on this week. Wayne, what kind of games do you want to talk about?
I really think, I'm going to give you a little hint here where the next game we're going to talk about.
What's that?
It's an undefeated team in Northwest Indiana.
Ooh.
And they were 500 last year and now are undefeated, blowing people away off the field. Who are we talking about?
Ooh, if I'm doing my math here, Griffith?
Yes.
Is that who we're talking about? Let's talk about Griffith here a little bit, Wayne.
Boy, have they just turned that program. Phil Mason has just done an outstanding
He's one of the best, isn't he?
My goodness. And they're putting points on the board like crazy. Tonight, they're going to River Forest. Now, remember, River Forest is also a good program.
Right.
They've got a young man named Aiden
Silver. Yep.
And he plays all over the field. And so this, I really think, is going to be a good one. It's a good test for Griffith.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm really going to be excited to see, can they put 40 points on the board here, or is River Forest really a good test for them?
That'll be a fun game. Griffith, we knew they would have improved coming off from last year. They were very young and they're very well coached, and now they're a year older and they're still well coached. We knew there was going to be an improvement, but undefeated at this point, and it will reflect in our top 10 and little 5 here at some point here. We're kind of going to get to that here in a minute, but what other games did you want to talk about, Wayne?
Well, a game that's kind of intriguing is Morton at Calumet. Morton has a lot of talent.
Oh, yeah.
And they've been in a lot of ball games.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at Calumet in that nice field.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, you look across Ridge Road and you see, the Menards there and stuff.
Right.
It's a beautiful stadium.
I've always loved covering games there for sure.
And but they've got talent. They've got a couple of running backs that are really good at Calumet. Right. And it's going to be interesting to see because we know Morton brings in Heth. Boy, they've got some real big linemen and stuff. But can they stay with the speed of Calumet? That's going to be interesting.
It's always going to be interesting. And, that part of the region doesn't get the love that they need or that they deserve. There's a lot of fun football that gets played in that area. So definitely looking forward to hearing how this game goes for sure.
And then when you look on the schedule, Giuseppe Moore.
Right.
From Westside.
Yes, Gary Westside.
And Westside has linemen.
Yes,
They're known for having good linemen. Well, this Moore young man is really outstanding. He's got 6 TDs on the year. He's fourth in the area, and he has 591 yards. He can run the ball, and if you give him a little hole, he's going to beat you to that and get some yardage.
Fair enough.
And they're at Whiting. Okay?
Yeah, so that'll be a very interesting matchup for them as well.
It's always fun to play at Whiting.
I love playing it.
Yeah,
trains
going
going by, the flare stacks, within eye distance from the industry out there. It's definitely a fun place to play.
Right.
So, all right, without further ado, you know what time it is, Wayne.
I do. Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
Jumping on that. I have to quit
No,
jumping
you
on
nailed
it.
it. You always do. All right, let's go ahead and start with the little five. I think we've got a fun one here this week.
Winnemac is 2-1. They're number 5. They've played one less game this year than anybody else. There's Whiting at number 4. They're coming on. They're playing better. 2-2. Wheeler, we thought that they were going to be 3-1, maybe 4-0 at this time. Right. They've struggled a little bit, but boy, they had some talent out there. Knox, Russ Radke. How many times do you see 2-2 this early in the season?
Right.
No way. He's got them coming. And then there's Forest. River Forest is 3-1 in the little 5.
All right, to recap for you folks listening at home, we've got at number 5, we've got Winnemac at 2-1. At number 4, you've got Whiting at 2-2. At number 3, you've got Wheeler at 2-2. At number 2, you've got Knox at 2-2. And number 1, you've got River Forest at 3-1. There's a team conspicuously absent from that.
Yes, there is.
So let's move on to the top 10, shall we?
All right. I like at number 10, Calumet. They're 3-1. I had to look that up twice. I thought they were 2-2. They're 3-1. So they've played well.
Right.
Look at number 9, North Judson, 4-0.
They're killing it now.
They really are. And maybe some people, Gary Gregerman, might think that, they should be higher in that poll. They're undefeated. Hobart, 2-2. Andrain is number 7 with 2-2. That's a big game tonight. Hanover is 3-1. They should be 4-0, but they played the top team in Indiana
My goodness.
in their class.
Yes, they did.
And they lost, and they're 3-1. Chesterton, comes in at 3-1. Griffith, 4-0.
Look at
Are
that.
they better than Valpo? Are they better than Maryville? I don't know.
Well, the record right now says that maybe they're not quite yet, but they're very impressive to this point.
Very impressive. Valpo is 3-1. Big game for them tonight. Chesterton, that hated Trojan coming in. Hopefully there's not a Trojan horse coming with them.
Oh, that would be devious for sure. Those tricksters from the Trojan War for sure.
Number 2, Maryville, 3-1. They've got a big one tonight. There's no doubt that, Michigan City can play.
Right.
And then you've got number 1, 4-0. They have a better record than the Bears. Crown Point Bulldogs.
Yeah, and the way they're playing right now, they might be able to match up with the Bears, it seems
That's
like.
right.
So for us folks listening at home, for number 10, there's Calumet at 3-1. At number 9, what was previous our number 1 team in the Little 5 has jumped into the top 10. Number 9 is North Judson at 4-0. Number 8 is Hobart at 2-2. Number 7 is Andrain, also at 2-2. Number 6 is Hanover with that powerful offense at 3-1. Number 5 is Chesterton at 3-1. Number 4 is Griffith, surprising so far this year and looking great doing it at 4-0. Valparaiso at 3-1 is our third-ranked team. Our second-ranked team is Maryville at 3-1, and our number 1 ranked team in the region, Crown Point Bulldogs, at an undefeated 4-0. And they're undefeated, and they continue to look really sharp,
Boy,
too.
they do.
They are really good. And, speaking of teams that play really, really well, we also have players that have played really, really well. And, I wanted to go ahead and speak about our Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. We have James Finley from Andrain.
Mr. Everything.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. He had 2 touchdown catches, 2 interceptions, 1 punt return for a TD, a fumble recovery versus Munster. That's amazing.
That filled the stat sheet up, huh?
Yep.
So he had, let's see, looking at his stats, he had More touchdowns in this game than I had in 10 years of playing football. The fumble recovery, okay, I had a couple of those, but, he had 2 touchdown catches, 2 interceptions, 1 punt return touchdown, and 1 fumble recover. Incredible. Johnny do everything. And in fairness, this outstanding performance, we actually struggled because there was another performance that was right behind him for most impressive.
Tommy Bonner has just been outstanding for Hanover Central. Came in, didn't play with Hanover last year, moved back home to Cedar Lake, and he scored 6 touchdowns, 297 total yards versus Lowell. Lowell hasn't given up that many yardage to one person in 5 years.
One human being, 297 total yards versus Lowell. So, I mean, there are entire offenses that don't get 297 yards in a game, and this singular individual did that against a very good program in Lowell. Very impressive performance by Tommy Bonner. And here's a name that we've heard quite a bit. It's Caden Verrett, also from Hanover Central.
Hey, Verrett was our last year's Player of the Year for us. And, Bonner comes in and says, Caden who? Caden is just fantastic. 4 TDs last week, 235 total yards versus Lowell. That's amazing.
Another amazing statistic. 235 individual total yards and 4 touchdowns. These are video game numbers.
Yes.
You've got to be extremely, extremely impressed with this group. All right, a name that we've already mentioned today, but we're going to do it again. We've got Aiden Silver with River Forest.
He had 4 touchdowns, 167 yards versus Westside. Now, Westside was undefeated, and they came in and River Forest took it to him.
Yes, they did. So, and Aiden Silver obviously had a huge part of that. 4 touchdowns and again 167 total yards. I think that's more offense than the Bears had. The last few weeks. So, these are individuals just performing at such a high level. We've got another name that we've been saying for a few years around here. We've got Noah Ehrlich for Crown Point.
Boy, did he have a nice game last week. 3 touchdowns versus Lake Central. You still have, Larry Ellison playing very well for them. They are so diversified with their offense and defense. They're just pounding people.
Absolutely. They really are. And speaking of pounding people, we've got Trevor Gibbs with Crown Point.
Boy, oh boy, he could have been an unknown player. We have plenty of those now, but he had 2 TDs versus Lake Central.
Right.
And Coach Bazia just praised the heck out of him in the newspaper. And I don't think I've ever heard of him.
Right. Well, you know what? 2 touchdowns. We've heard of them now, and so is the rest of Northwest Indiana.
That's right.
So that type of performance, you got to tip your cap to that. But enough about the offenses. Let's talk about some defensive players here. And we had a really great one from Maryville and John Peters.
He had a beautiful pick 6 versus Portage. He's one of those that plays both sides of the ball. He's a wide receiver for Maryville.
Right.
He is a defensive back for Maryville. But his pick 6 was a real big play for Maryville last week.
Absolutely was. And speaking of Maryville's defense, we have another Maryville defender. We've got Jordan Bills.
Yes, and he had an interception versus Portage. This was a very close, hard-fought game for Maryville against Portage last week, and the Pirates' defense really came to play.
Absolutely. It's kind of amazing how you see all of these great players having breakout performances at the same week, the same side of the ball. It's really impressive here. You've already mentioned some unknown players of the week, but let's go ahead and speak some more. Now, this is a name that a lot of people here in Northwest Indiana are going to recognize. This is Rocco Bartolomeo with Hanover Central.
Yeah, and the reason I put him with the unknowns is that last year he played. He was a varsity player. He played well last year. He didn't score 3 touchdowns. And, this year he's really started to step up.
Right.
He seems to be one of Tommy Bonner's favorite targets. And, Rocco has really played well for Hanover Central. gives them another player with Ferret
Right.
and Bonner.
And a player that's playing in our game of the week this week, you've got Max Pickett at Hobart.
202 yards and a TD last week versus KV. And he's just an unknown player with Willie Shear injured early in the season. He's really stepped up.
Absolutely, and another Hobart player, Alex Tatum. We've got this pattern of multiple players just kind of breaking out on the same side of the ball. We've got Alex Tatum with Hobart.
Yes, and he had 3 touchdowns against KV last week.
It's multiple crooked number touchdowns. It's really impressive. And then you've got from Chesterton, Andrew Govia. Yes, with Chesterton.
2 touchdowns, 224 yards versus LaPorte. And I believe, if I'm not sure, I'm not positive, I thought he was their quarterback. I might have to look that up. But boy, he had a heck of a game last week for Chesterton.
Yeah, it's definitely a very impressive performance throughout all of Northwest Indiana. I mean, this list keeps getting longer and longer for our players of the week. But you know what? That's a good thing. Because it shows that these players all the off-season workouts, their effort they're putting in is beginning to really shine. So, for reference, our Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week for Week 5 is James Finley from Andrean with 2 touchdown catches, 2 interceptions, 1 punt return for touchdown, and 1 fumble recovery against Munster. He totally filled the stat sheet up.
Boy, he really did. Congratulations to him.
So, speaking of filling up, I want to thank Pepe's for taking care of the game night crew this evening. Located at 260 East 84th Drive in Maryville and serving our community for 43 years, Pepe's is a full-service restaurant with a large dining room, lounge, patio, and areas available for patrons. The Espinoza family, the owners of Pepe's in Maryville, would like to wish all of our local teams the best of luck this season. How do you like those tacos, Wayne?
Oh, they are outstanding. I like Mexican food.
Sure.
And I really think that they're not too spicy, but they can be.
They can be. That's right. They have their own little hot sauce there, and then they have peppers that you can add there. And for me, for those of you watching, you can tell that I like to eat my share of tacos, and I definitely filled my belly up with that. So thank you very much for Pepe's. We appreciate everything that you do for us and for supporting here in Northwest Indiana. So one thing I want to discuss with you, Wayne, and I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, but this is Pledge Week for Lakeshore Public Media. And, we need the support of our listeners. If you like our program, if you like some of the news programs that we run, if you like watching our concerts and our videos and our educational programming and our kids programming, we need your help here at Lakeshore Public Media.
We've said all along, Ben, years and years in the past, people sometimes don't understand. We don't get money from the state to run these programs. We depend on listeners in this area. And we don't try to be ESPN and
no.
We don't try to criticize or be funny about kids. We try to point out the best of all kids in our area, the things that they do right. But to do that, we have to have viewer support. This is a time right now where you out there watching this on the Lakeshore, this is a time for them to pledge. This is a time for them to give a little bit of their time and money to pledge and keep these types of programs going. You can, there's a lot of TV. There's a lot of streaming. There's a lot of, other things out there. But you don't get the, program for Northwest Indiana like you do here at Lakeshore.
Right, and I had the fortune to be able to cut a promo for this donate, to Lakeshore Public Media with Tom Maloney, and it's on our social media sites. I implore you folks to check it out. What I really like doing here in Northwest Indiana is telling the story of our student athletes, and it's student first, because these athletes are working hard in the classroom and on the field. And that's the type of positive story that I like to give here. It's not just about, making jokes at Wayne's expense or goofing with Gary Graben or all of our wonderful correspondents or getting our face here in front of a camera or our voices over air. It's about telling the story of the successful athletic programs in Northwest Indiana and maybe even the not so successful ones, let's be fair, but it's our successful student athletes who are giving it their all and being good members of society, good students, and we really love doing that. It's really what this show is all about.
And we really, believe in that, Ben. We really do. Not every kid is going to get a big Division I scholarship. But they're going to be able to go through a program, a discipline program that can mold them into being a better person when they get into the real life. And this is so important.
So if you'd like to support what we do and, have multiple more seasons of seeing our face for radio here on podcast or our voices over there.
Don't chase them away with that one.
Yeah, well, we don't want to break any cameras around here either. But if you want to give us more opportunity to break cameras, visit www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. Again, that is www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and donate whatever your heart tells you. If you can afford it, it would mean a lot to us. It would mean a lot to the kids. It would mean a lot to our community because we provide local news, local entertainment for Northwest Indiana. All right, folks, keep that in mind. www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. And with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purdufed.com.
Yankees announcer John Sterling has spent 3 decades calling the team's games on the radio, dishing out his signature home run puns. Despite the long tenure, he still enjoys the spontaneity of the job.
I kid everyone that I live life by the seat of my pants. Well, I broadcast by the seat of my pants.
We talked to Sterling about his final stretch in the broadcast booth on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Jules Pfeiffer isn't sure his new book has a message, and yet...
Go where a sense of surprise takes you, and don't ever lose your sense of play.
Celebrated cartoonist and writer Jules Pfeiffer, at the age of 95, still playing and out with the book for young readers, Amazing Grapes. Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in Saturday morning at 7 for Weekend Edition Saturday, here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the scoreboard update. And like Wayne and Ben said, give now, give often. It is our fall membership drive, and your support helps these games get covered every single week. And with that, we've got a look at the Week 5 scoreboard update. I'm Tom Maloney. Our game of the week, Andrean travels to Hobart. Griffith at 4-0 this season, taking on the River Forest Ingots at 3-1. Hanover Central travels to Kankakee Valley to take on the Cougars there. The Chesterton Trojans in the beef of the week are in Valparaiso to take on the Vikings. Both teams are 3-1 on the season. The Portage Indians travel to Crown Point. Can they slow down the red-hot Bulldogs? LaPorte travels to Lake Central to take on the Indians. The Michigan City Wolves are in Maryville as they face the Pirates. Westside Cougars are at Whiting to take on the Oilers there. And my dear old Boone Grove hosts arguably the biggest rivalry in school history, and that, of course, is the Wheeler Bearcats. I think I speak for everybody tonight when I say, go Boone Grove. Lowell travel. Wait, we're not supposed to root from the press box, right?
Nope.
All right. Lowell travels to Highland to take on the Trojans. The Morton Governors are in Calumet tonight to take on the Warriors. The Chicago Central Cardinals are in Munster to take on the Mustangs. Jason Hill's on the call for that one for us. The North Newton Spartans are at West Central to take on the Trojans. The Bowman Eagles take on the Lake Station Fighting Eagles. And the Calumet Christian Patriots travel to Bishop Knoll to take on the Warriors there. Culver Academy, the Eagles taking on the Hammond Central Wolves, and it is already 10-0 Hammond Central over Culver with that one. Oh, I got it flip-flopped, excuse me. It's Culver's up 10-0 over Hammond Central in that one early on. John Glenn, the Falcons travel to Knox to take on the Redskins. The North Judson Blue Jays 4-0 take on the Culver Community Cavaliers. And the Triton Trojans travel to Winnemac to take on the Warriors. Triton is already up 21-0 at the half in that one. For game night, I'm Tom Maloney, also asking you to make a pledge of support at lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give.
Thanks, Tom. We appreciate it. Ben Kolodzinski back with Coach Wayne Svetanoff. So, Coach, we've had a string of good weather here in Northwest Indiana. We're bound to have a date where it cools off and gets under 40, into the 30s, maybe even into the 20s. You can't complain about good weather at this part of the year, but knowing that cold weather is inevitably coming, do you kind of hope for the transitional temperatures to kind of come here?
The last couple of years, we didn't have much transitional.
Right.
It was like one day it was hot, and then the next day it was fall. But as a personal preference, I like, when you're out there playing football in the fall.
Right.
I'm not a big winter guy as far as being outside, but in the fall, it's just a beautiful time of the year. Mm-hmm. It's a little nippy. You get that fired up, listening to you. And
throw a jacket on
and
you
everything's
do. Nice.
So how about you? You played.
I did. I actually preferred about a 45, 50-degree weather. But the reason I bring that up is that last year I had the opportunity to cover on site the Maryville-Valparaiso game at Maryville in the, what would that be, regional championship game. And it was absolutely frigid outside. It was 18 degrees, with a wind, and I'm just curious to see if it's going, this nice weather that we've had earlier in the season, how that's going to affect, these players, as the game goes on, or as the season goes on.
Well, how did it affect you?
I didn't like super cold. I did not like super cold. So
did you like rain more than cold?
I liked rain. Something about playing in mud. We didn't play in these fancy field turf, with all the pellets and all that stuff. The only time we ever played on a synthetic field was when we played in the Hoosier Dome for the state title game, where we unfortunately lost. But that was all the way back in 2001, so it was a long ways back. But now all these teams have these synthetic fields, surfaces. and they don't get that mud bowl type game. And we played in games where the Bricky Bowl. So you folks, if you're not familiar with the old Bricky Bowl, it is on a riverbed, and there's bricks built up around the outside of that. And if it's a particularly wet day, it gets so muddy in there. And we had about 4 inches of mud one day, and we had to get hosed off by the coach before we got on the buses. It was quite a trip.
Yeah, I bet your mom wasn't too happy with that either if she had to do the laundry.
Yeah, the Under Armour had a little bit of stains on it and all that jazz. But no, I was just kind of curious because I didn't do well with super cold. I didn't do well with the heat. And now that it's still in the 80s, one thing I have noticed, though, is that as the sun is going down, it is dropping in temperature. So we are getting a little bit of swing here, but it's just something that caught my eye. But the most important factor here is it continues to be dry here in Northwest Indiana, and that's a good sign for the offensive side of the ball.
Yep, I totally agree with that.
All right, we've got our first caller of the day. We've got Gary Schultz with an update from LaPorte and Lake Central. Gary, it's great to hear your voice. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Jacob White Hustler for Lake Central returned the opening kickoff, 85 yards for a touchdown.
Wow.
So White Hustler, is that his name?
Yes.
All right. So it was just the opening kick. Was it a clean return? Did he have to weave? How'd that go down?
No, he pretty much went right up the middle and was untouched.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, it's What
was his first name?
Jacob,
thank you.
So, Gary, that was for Lake Central, right?
Yep.
And so LaPorte has got the ensuing kickoff here. Does it look like LaPorte's a little shell-shocked at this point?
I could think so. I think LaPorte's also I've just been looking at the roster. Their junior quarterback is on the sideline with his left arm in a sling.
Oh.
And they only have one other quarterback on the roster that I can see. So that could lead to potential trouble down the road.
Yeah, that could be. It's a very interesting situation when you've got some important players that are out with injury.
Yes, it is.
So, Gary, you've moved back to Northwest Indiana, and you're taking care of our Lake Central game tonight. How do you like the facilities there at Lake Central?
I like it. It's really nice. Very nice facility. Nice. Looks like a fairly new synthetic turf field. It's impressive. I like it.
Yeah, it's in my opinion one of the most beautiful, places in Northwest Indiana, and I know Coach there.
How's the crowd there, Gary?
The crowd is pretty good. Their Lake Central stands look to be mostly full. LaPorte side, not a ton of people over here.
It's a long way.
It is a long way for a team that's struggling a little bit so far this year.
Yeah, basically you're only going to draw parents.
Yeah, maybe the girlfriend of the star quarterback or something like that. But it's kind of rough. But Lake Central has always had a pretty good fan following, and they've always had that good marching band and a good atmosphere out there. So I'm glad to see that they're supporting their new coach there at Lake Central. Yes, they are. They're really turned out good. All right, Gary, one more time, what is that score and time update, please? 10-26. Lake Central just recovered a fumble on the LaPorte 35. Oh, wow. So you're going to be potentially calling us back here in a short while. Yes, definitely. All right. Thank you very much, Gary. We're looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on. All righty. Bye. All right, bye. So, special teams looming large here, Coach. Yeah. Already we've got the opening kickoff of a game being, a touchdown. We've seen a lot of that this year. It seems like special teams has become an increased weapon for a lot of Northwest Indiana teams. Yeah, it really does. Whether it be Andrean and James Finley, taking one back to the house. We had a number of people scoring quickly to open up games. And that's not usually the case. You normally come out pretty jazzed up. Both teams are ready to rock and roll as the kickoff comes. But at that point, you just got to go out and execute, right? And it seems like Lake Central's doing that already this year, or at this game. What's also interesting is they have forced a turnover on the ensuing drive and are getting the ball back in plus territory. That is a rough situation and a recipe for disaster for the LaPorte Slicers.
Yeah, it is.
You know, they need to continue to get their positive momentum here, and make sure that they are, not behind the 8 ball before the game even really starts going. And that is not a good situation for them.
Right. And it's not an easy thing to do on that sideline.
Right.
You know, LaPorte has to be kind of disappointed right off the bat here.
Right.
But all they have to do is come back and score once, and it's tied.
Yeah, it does deflate you when a special team score or a defensive score happens. And football is a game of emotion. It's a controlled aggression. It's definitely something where you need to keep yourself on edge. You need to make sure that everything is a sharpened machine, a well-oiled machine going forward. And, it seems right now that Lake Central is taking care of business against LaPorte. And speaking of that, we had mentioned he may just call back real quickly. We've got Gary Schultz one more time with an update from LaPorte at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
Well, you were correct about the quick callback, but it wasn't the way we expected.
Oh.
The first play from scrimmage for Lake Central. Kaylee Metzke had an 80-yard pick six.
Oh, my goodness.
LaPorte just missed the extra point, so it's now Lake Central 7, LaPorte 6 with 10:14 left in the game, first quarter.
Holy cow. So, Gary, you have seen, we were just talking that a special teams touchdown and a defensive touchdown are the most deflating things imaginable to a football team. You've seen both in the matter of one actual play from scrimmage. So, congratulations to you. You're seeing a barn burner already.
Yes, it is. A good one already.
So tell me about that pass there. Was it a bad pass or was it just a really good athletic play?
It was an out pattern, and I think the LaPorte player just kind of spotted it and cut in front of the receiver, and he was gone.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
2 plays, and it's already
Right.
7-6.
Only one play from scrimmage.
Right.
That's just wild, Gary. So how are the sidelines reacting to this? 'Cause this is exactly what LaPorte needed to kind of get back into this game.
Yeah, they're looking pretty up. They're excited. They got back in real quick.
All right, that's exciting. So, Gary, maybe if I keep saying you may be calling us back here soon, it'll end up being the Gary Schultz show. So maybe you'll come back and call us soon. So one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
10:14 left. The Indians 7, LaPorte 6.
All right, thank you much. Gary Schultz with an update from LaPorte at Lake Central. We've got breaking news here from Andrew Johnson. Andrew, you want to report on what we have found here?
The Munster Mustangs have scored their first points of the season.
Oh, very exciting.
They're currently up 6-0 on East Chicago.
Wow, good for Munster. Good for Munster. They're kind of moving in the right direction there, and we like to see positive point scoring for Munster. So congratulations to your Munster Mustangs there, Andrew.
Andrew, did Munster kick the extra point?
I don't know. It just says 6-0 right now. I'm not sure if they went for 2 or 1. I tuned in after the score had happened.
All right. Thank you.
So we just got word that the extra point was blocked on that, and we were doing a little bit of a live look in. So it is 6-0 for that game. Very exciting for the Munster Mustangs.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be an interesting game this week, I think.
I do too. I think it's winnable for either team. East Chicago's been down this year, and they need to score too, but the Mustangs have played well defensively. Boy, they played really well against Andrean in the first half.
They sure did.
Week.
They were hanging pretty close for a while there.
Yep. But, Munster putting some points on the board, you got to be happy with that.
it's showing that your hard work is paying off. You never want to see a team that is doing everything right, working their tails off, and just spinning their tires in the mud.
Right.
So it's a positive sign that they got that little bit of success there, and success breeds success. It just continues to grow. So good for Munster on that circumstance there. We're now getting into kickoff. We've seen 2 scores in one play from scrimmage from the Lake Central LaPorte game. How important is it, Coach, to get off to a hot start in a game like this?
Well, it's very important to get off to a hot start, okay? But letting LaPorte score that quickly, that's tough. I mean, you've built up all this momentum with a kickoff return on the first play of the game, and you're jumping around on the sidelines and stuff. And next thing you do is you look up, and the ball's going the other way on a pick six.
Yeah, it's incredible, and a roller coaster of emotions coming from that game.
Yeah.
Speaking of an emotional game, we've got Craig Bazia coaching Crown Point against Portage. We have an update from Mireille Fernandez on that game, Portage at Crown Point. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, it is homecoming night here in Crown Point, and they go down on the first drive of the game to get an easy touchdown. They were just pounding. They rocked. They took a deep shot earlier in the drive, but it was just Larry Ellison's drive, man. He went for about basically the whole 70 yards, and he punched it into the end zone.
So kind of a controlled line of scrimmage type circumstance. Where do you think the edge lied in that drive?
Well, honestly, guys, Portage has a pretty respectable D-line. The DIC isn't that great of a conference. However, out of everyone, Portage is probably one of the more respectable defensive lines we face. But I've told you guys this all the time. Crown Point's offensive line is legit this year. I said on the broadcast, triple as good as last year.
Wow.
And that's saying something because they were awfully good last year as well. So, Mireille, watching the way that Crown Point marched down the field so easily, what does Portage need to do to kind of counteract this punch?
Well, they have the ball right now, and it's already 4th down. And
oh, my goodness.
That's something you cannot have against a Crown Point team because the heart and soul of this team is their stifling defense. Nobody talks about it. We always talk about guys like Larry Ellison and Noah Ehrlich and Trevor Gibbs, but nobody ever mentions how good this defense is, especially the box. Their linebackers are elite, right? They have an elite defensive line, even when losing Mark Gonzalez to injury.
So right now, Portage is ready to punt the ball away. Where's the ball at?
Well, Crown Point is about to take over at about Crown Point 35.
35, okay.
All right, thank you much.
I'm fully expecting a touchdown drive.
There's no reason not to expect one at this point, Mireille. So one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Absolutely. Crown Point is up 7-0 with 8:58 left in the first quarter. And I do want to let you guys know that, unfortunately, I am on homecoming court, so at halftime I need to go down, but I will get back to you guys ASAP with a update.
Oh, well, good luck. Good luck.
So we'll have to tell us how that works out. If you are a homecoming king, you are going to be King Mireille Fernandez for at least 1 week.
Potentially, yeah, that'd be nice.
I'm looking forward to that. So, all right, well, best of luck to you on that as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you much. That was Mireille Fernandez with an update from Portage and Crown Point. We'll move on to our beef of the week. We've got Russell Broadhacker with an update from Chesterton at Valpo. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So right now we have 2 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Vikings are leading the Trojans 3-0. They were able to put up a field goal after one of the wildest sequences I've seen so far this year. It was a big fourth down punt for Valpo. They were taking it from the 43. Chesterton's doing a great job holding their offense, so forcing the punt. They punt it down. It hits the back of a Trojan player, and Valpo was able to recover it on the 10-yard line. Again, Chesterton's defensive line and linebackers are stuffing everything there right at the goal line, right at the line of scrimmage for the most part. So a couple passes going incomplete as well. As far as Valpo's offense, they're not really able to move the ball consistently yet, but they were able to put 3 on the board. Chesterton's definitely holding it to them. Fun fact for you guys, Valpo has gone 10-0 against Chesterton, and this dates back all the way from 2017. So definitely going into the game, I figured Valpo to be the favorite, but seeing how Chesterton's kind of acting against this defense, holding their offense to very little gain, if any, we're in for a really great game.
Russell, who was the kicker?
I believe it was Wilcox, but we do have Thurnberg. We brought his name last time I talked about him was the Michigan City Valpo game. So they do have a different punter kickoff than they do extra point. I believe Wilcox's boot and accuracy is what's called for their extra points and field goals.
What's Wilcox's first name?
Drayden, 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah, Drayden Wilcox. He's a senior this year.
How do you spell that?
Drayden.
Braden. Okay.
Wilcox.
All right, Braden Wilcox. Well, great. We appreciate it. So, Russell, there's always that value in having a kicker. What does Chesterton need to do in order to respond here?
They just need to be able to move the ball down the field. They have been able to convert a first down twice so far throughout the night. So as long as they keep the run game strong, they should be able to, put one on the board. I just need to see them do something, answer that 3. This is their first time having the ball back since Valpo scored. They've marched it. I'd say they've gotten 1 first down. They're working on their second one. So, as long as they're able to just continue to hit their assignments, and it really comes down to whoever breaks first.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is 3-0, Valpo over Chesterton, and the first quarter is just wrapping up.
All right, thank you much. That was Russell Broadhacker with a fast-moving first quarter with Chesterton and Valpo. We're going to go from Valpo, and we're going to go to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Michigan City got the ball to start things off tonight. They were able to move the ball pretty well in their opening drive, getting down to the Maryville 32-yard line. But there the drive stalls, and the Pirates defense stiffened up, forcing a Michigan City punt. Maryville then on offense goes 3 and out, but on the punt, Michigan City's receiver that wants to field the punt returner fumbled the ball, muffed it while he was trying to receive it. And Maryville was able to take over at the Michigan City 25-yard line, giving them great field position. A couple plays later, quarterback Jordan Sanders rushed for a critical first down on a quarterback scramble. He set the Pirates up for a first and goal right at the 10-yard line. And a couple plays later, Jakaris Johnson runs it in from 6 yards out for the first score of the night. The extra point was good, and that put the Pirates up 7-0 with about 4.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Michigan City's got the ball now, and once again, moving the ball onto the Maryville side of the field. Looks like they just picked up a first down. They're facing a 1st and 10 at the Maryville 40-yard line. So, guys, right now there's 3.5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Maryville on top 7-0, but Michigan City moving the ball once again and threatening to score.
How has Michigan City's defense been so far?
Yeah, so on that opening drive, for Maryville, they were a little aided by having a false start by Maryville. But other than that, Maryville only picked up, I believe, 7 yards total in that first drive before being forced to 3 and out and forced to punt. But then Maryville got to work with the short field, and they were able to pick up some yards on the ground. Like, as I mentioned, Jordan Sanders, quarterback, rushed for about 9 yards and picked up a first down. But they've really done a nice job on Jakaris Johnson so far, and Cam Jordan, the other running back for Maryville, I think rushed the ball maybe 3 times for about 12 yards. So far, they've only given up about 27 yards of total offense or total defense so far, but that led to the score because of the muff punt.
All right, Dr. Reed, before we let you go, I heard that this is a bit of a celebratory weekend for you. What's going on?
Well, you're going to have to talk a little louder. I can barely hear you. Yeah, I do turn 50 on Sunday.
Hey!
Congratulations.
Big weekend at the Amon's household this weekend.
That's exciting. Wayne's going to sing you happy birthday next time you call in.
Yeah, okay. I don't think you want that as a celebration. Pate on Sunday.
Well, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate it, and we're looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You bet, guys. Right now we have Maryville on top of Michigan City, 7-0 with 3:09 to go here in the opening quarter.
All right, thank you much, Reed. That is Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville.
To be 50 again.
I'm not quite yet, but I'm threatening there. I'll be getting there, soon enough. So we've got right now we've got Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover and Kankakee Valley. Steve, what's going on?
Hey guys, beautiful night for football here in the Valley tonight. Northwest Crossroads football. Here we're just now reaching the end of the first quarter. Hanover Central with a 7-0 lead. Got the scoring on a 48-yard touchdown by Caden Barrett. On that run, he broke 2 tackles on his way to the end zone. But both teams really using the ground game here tonight to try to get the offensive lines involved early on, guys.
Yeah, interesting, kind of score here early. How's KV's defense looking against Hanover Central?
Aside from that scoring play from Barrett, the defense actually looked really good. On Hanover's first drive, quarterback Tommy Barnes brought back, tried to pass down the sideline. KV's Brevin Whaley came up with an interception to give KV their second possession. Weren't able to have anything come about right there on that second possession, though. But the KV defense so far has looked pretty good, guys.
Has Castro been able to move the ball at all for KV?
Yeah, he's ran the ball about 90% of their plays so far early on. He's getting significant yardage here. The offensive line's doing a great job at the point of attack, opening up running lanes for Castro. He probably was close to the 40, 50-yard mark in that first quarter. But, yeah, Castro is really doing a good job of finishing his runs to getting those extra 2 or 3 yards after the first contact.
All right, thank you much, Steve. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
We are just now getting ready to start the second quarter. It is 7-0 Hanover Central.
All right, thank you much. That is Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover Central and Kankakee Valley. We'll move from Wheatfield, Indiana, and go to Gary Graben with an update from our game of the week, Andrean at Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
Interesting game so far here. Andrean had the opening kickoff, and they moved the ball down the field pretty easily until they faced a 4th and 6 at the Hobart 36. They elected to go for it. An underthrown ball was intercepted by Bryce Tolliver of the Brickies, stopping that drive. Hobart went 3 and out on their drive. The note there is that Max Pickett started at running back. Willie Shearer he's dressed, but he does have a large knee brace on his right knee. So I'm not sure how much we're going to see him tonight. Andrean got the ball back on a punt. Again, they moved the ball down the field. There was a big 44-yard pass to Jimmy Finley. But facing a 4th and 7 at the Hobart 17, they again elected to go for it, and an underthrown ball fell incomplete, and the Brickies took over again, and that's where we stand now. The Hobart Brickies have the ball for the second time with no score here at the Brickie Bowl, and officially I should remind people it is Don Howell Field, and anytime you can use Don Howell's name or Pete Rosinski's name, it's a good day.
That is true.
So Andrean has been able to move the ball, but they just have not been able to finish off the drives.
Correct. It is. They're as opposed to last week where they really tried to run up the middle and they struggled against Munster at the start of that game. They're doing more off tackle type stuff. The quarterback Ellis has held the ball for some good runs. Usually, just a bad play puts them in a bad down and distance, and they have not been able to convert. I would say on that first possession, the receiver was open, the ball was underthrown, and then again, really on that last possession, the second time the ball was underthrown, it was just incomplete. I will say Hobart has had a big pass play that has moved them now on their first successful, really offensive drive here inside of Andrean territory to the 30. So, again, the clock is ticking down to the last 30 seconds here of the first half. And we have no score between the Brickies and the 59ers.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, with the clock rolling here now, under 30 seconds to play, we have no score, Hobart and Andrean. Here's a long pass. Oh, just defended well here at the end. Hobart had a receiver open for a moment in the end zone. but a great defensive play to bat the ball away. So with the clock stopped again now with 10 seconds left here in the first quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You got it.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM to Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at PurdueFed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com.
Lakeshore Public Media fosters civic engagement by hosting local debates, reporting on town hall meetings, and providing election coverage, giving you the information you need to stay involved. By pledging right now, you're building LPM and helping us continue to provide a platform for vital community conversations, strengthening civic ties across Northwest Indiana. Pledge to build LPM by visiting lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. And thank you for your support.
I'm Jesse Thorne. On the next Bullseye, an interview that will blow your mind. Eve takes us back to her battle rapping days.
I remember that when it started being filmed and it was like, assault the camera. Yeah, that's basically how I rap.
Plus, we'll get into the art of small talk with Jessica St. Clair and Casey Wilson. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in for Bullseye, Saturday evening at 5, here on Lakeshore Public Media.
This week on The Ezra Klein Show, my guest is Zadie Smith, one of my favorite novelists. We talk about her most recent book, The Fraud, which is eerily resonant with this election. Trump was on her mind, she says, when she wrote it. And also about the very strange things that politics does to our identities, our language, how we see the world, how we see ourselves. I hope you'll join us.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday morning at 10, here on Lakeshore Public Media. And now, the scoreboard update. The scores are coming in hot and heavy in Week 5, just like the temperatures tonight across Northwest Indiana. Our game of the week, though, it is still a stalemate in Drayen and Hobart at the Bricky Bowl there, 0-0 in the first quarter. Griffith traveling to River Forest. River got on the board first with a 6-0 lead thanks to an Aiden Silver 24-yard touchdown pass to Levi Harper, but then Griffith answered with a Ventress Tedder 1-yard touchdown run. That touchdown drive, 11 straight rushing plays from the Griffith Panthers to go ahead and get it into the end zone there. Griffith leads 7-6 over River Forest. Now, both defenses pitched shutouts last week, though I think we could all know and or assume that that was not going to be the case this week. Hanover Central takes a 7-0 lead over Kankakee Valley. We heard the update from Steve Schmidt. Caden Brett shakes off a couple of tackles and races to a 52-yard score for the Hanover Central Wildcats there. Chesterton at Valpo in the beef of the week. The Vikings up 3-0 thanks to a 22-yard field goal from their kicker there. And it is all Crown Point early. It was a Larry Ellison 3-yard touchdown run, then a Sorley 52-yard touchdown reception. Has the Bulldogs up 14-0 and counting against the visiting Portage Indians. Lake Central leads it 7-6, but as you heard from Gary Schultz at the top of the show, Jacob White Hustler goes 85 yards on the opening kickoff, virtually untouched, and then LaPorte fumbles it. Lake Central recovers. Things are looking bad for LaPorte, but it's a pick six. Kaylee Mazinski with an 80-yard touchdown for the Slicers brings them within 7-6. It's still an LC lead in that one. Maryville's up 7-0 over Michigan City thanks to a Johnson 6-yard touchdown run. Still no update from Westside versus Whiting there. Wheeler's up 7-6. They got on the board thanks to a Jaden Ortiz 12-yard touchdown run. And Mark Rowland is playing quarterback. He is under center for the first time in 3 weeks. He escaped pressure, chucks a pass down the field to a wide-open Jack Neiman. 23-yard touchdown there for the Boone Grove Wolves. The extra point is missed, so Wheeler still leads at 7-6. Lowell is up 14-0 over Highland. Still no update from Morton versus Calumet East. Chicago Central versus Munster, as Andrew made a mention earlier in the show tonight. Munster scoring their first points of the season, though the extra point was blocked. North Newton versus West Central, no update there. No update from Bowman versus Lake Station. Still no update from Calumet Christian versus Bishop Knoll. And Culver was up 10-0 in the first quarter, but Hammond Central scored 12 unanswered points there to take a 12-10 lead over Culver Academy. Meanwhile, John Glenn versus Knox, last update we had there was 0-0 in the second quarter, and it has been all North Judson over Culver Community. North Judson up 33-0 in the second quarter was the last update we had on that one. And at the half, the last update we had here was Triton up 21-0 over Winnemac. For Game Night, I'm Tom Maloney.
All right, thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We have an update from Mireille Fernandez with an update from our Portage and Crown Point game. Mireille, what's going on?
You know, I just told you guys last that it was 14-0, but this last score probably happened faster than Larry Ellison can run a 40-yard dash, because they get the ball to Larry Ellison, and he scampers down the sideline, the hashes, and he goes down about 50 yards for a touchdown. And just right when you guys answered me in, a long play gets taken back for Crown Point. It was about a 60-yard run by Jaden Rodriguez. However, it gets taken back due to a holding penalty, so now they're at their own 25. Big bummer there for Crown Point, but you're still up 21-0.
So, Mireille, is this just Crown Point flexing their muscle and dominating Portage?
I told the guys before the game, I said they would win by at least 35, and the way they're going to win by that is Crown Point basically punching Portage in the mouth, and it's going to be bully ball. And what I love about Coach Bazia's scheme, it's more than just a physical bully ball. He's mentally bullying the other teams by running this play action after multiple runs. I've been talking about it. They love doing that. They trust Noah Ehrlich throwing on the run. They'll hand the ball off to Larry Ellison 5 times in a row, and then send Trevor Gibbs on a post route. They call it Vegas for 9, and it's a long catch. And right when you least expect it, if it doesn't work out, Larry Ellison just runs the sweep and goes 70 yards.
Wow. So everything just clicking right for Lake Central.
For Crown Point.
Or for Crown Point. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line here. For Crown Point, my goodness. That's a bit of a slip there. So Mireille, one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Absolutely. There's 2:55 left in the first quarter, and Crown Point is up 21-0.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Mireille, does Allison have 2 or 3 touchdowns?
2.
2, okay.
Yeah.
2 passing touchdowns. All right, thank you much, Mireille. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. See you guys.
All right, we'll go from Crown Point over to Lake Central with an update from Gary Schultz Laporte at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
With 10:57 left in the second quarter, Lake Central is up now 10-6. After Laporte's touchdown, Lake Central took the ball on their own 31. They did a 16-play drive all underground down to the Laporte 11. Ran 10.5 minutes off the clock and then got a field goal.
And who kicked the field goal, Gary?
I didn't catch who kicked it.
Okay.
So, Gary, 10 minutes off the clock. This is tremendous time clock management there.
Yeah, that was a very time-consuming drive. It was all on the ground, 3-4 yards at a time. No big runs.
So, at this point, what does Laporte need to do to get back into this one?
Well, I just think they got to get their offense going a little bit. They really haven't had much. The offense hasn't done much yet, but between the pick 6 and then Lake Central getting the ball back and running it for the whole first quarter, their offense just hasn't had any time on the field.
Absolutely. That is a big part of things here. You need to make sure that you have, get yourself in a groove in this offense, and it doesn't seem like LaPorte's had that opportunity yet.
Now, did you say, Gary? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was just going to say, is their quarterback their normal quarterback, or do they have a younger kid in there?
I think it's their younger one because it's their sophomore quarterback.
Okay.
Their upperclassman is not playing.
Very interesting there. By the way, the kicker was Trevor Baldwin, who kicked that field goal there for Lake Central. So we appreciate it, Gary. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
Nope, I think that's all for now.
All right, thank you much. That's Gary Schultz with an update from our LaPorte at Lake Central game. Thank you very much, Gary. A very interesting start to that game here, Coach. Kind of back and forth, a circumstance where, a special teams and then a defensive score. Now the game settled down a little bit. It seems like the emotions might have worn off, but now you're kind of back to where you think these games should be played just on your merits as a football team.
Yeah, and I think that Lake Central needs to take advantage of the sophomore quarterback and put pressure on him.
Sure.
If they can do that, I think Lake Central can put some more points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's anytime you have inexperienced players playing an important position, it gets very rough, or it has the opportunity to be very rough for those young players there. So it'd be very interesting to see how this game progresses going forward. So, Coach, what are your thoughts so far about the action at this point?
Well, it's pretty tight. I mean, Hanover's only up 7. Wheeler and Boone Grove is close.
Right.
That's a 7-6 lead for Wheeler, and I thought that would be a pretty darn good game right there. And, Munster gets their first score, so they're leading East Chicago.
Absolutely, yeah. It's very interesting, to start this year or this Friday night off, with a lot of action and a lot of things going right for some teams, but also not going right for others. But it is a game of momentum.
Yeah. A game I would like to see, North Judson is just playing really 33-0 over Culver right now. They're piloting on people. I would love to see them play a Griffith. That would be really,
it would be interesting for sure.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it's and Griffith, the team that I'm really excited about this year. Are they going to go undefeated all season? More than likely not. But the bottom line is they are showing so much grit and so much fight early in this season.
Yep.
It's really impressive. Early, we're in the midway point of the season at this point. They're really doing a great job, and I was not expecting them to be this good at this point. I knew there was going to be some positive momentum, but I didn't think it was going to be, undefeated halfway through the year positive.
That's right. And they've got some tough games down the road. There's no doubt about it. But right now, the Panthers, are prowling.
They are prowling Panthers there in Griffith, Indiana. So, Coach, when you're in a situation where, your offense is struggling, so it seems like right now Portage's offense is struggling, but they're going up against a juggernaut in Crown Point. When you're kind of in a situation where you're extremely outmatched, how do you motivate your team to, kind of keep your head up and into this game?
Right now, Portage is down 21. They can't get down further. If it's a 35-0 game, it's over. But Portage needs to play a very conservative game. You don't want them throwing the ball up at this point in the game. You don't just winging it,
right?
Because Portage doesn't have that athleticism to do something like that. And plus, Crown Point's so darn physical that they're beating up on Portage. Portage needs to keep the game within certain bounds. Let them maybe have a couple of stops on Crown Point. If they can do that, get a little confidence, who knows?
Yeah, it's very interesting to see what, how does a team respond? They got put behind the 8 ball. It's potential, and I don't want to sound like this guy, but this game could potentially be over at this point because of how dominant Crown Point has been to this year. But Coach Roy does an excellent job with coaching up young kids, and he's not going to give up. But as a coach, you got to figure out a way to motivate these kids. One thing I've noticed, and God forbid any of this happens, when you're mentally checked out of a game, that's oftentimes when injuries happen. That's oftentimes when the bad things happen in a game, when you're daydreaming, and instead of protecting yourself on a play, you're thinking, I'd much rather be showered up and at home getting my post-game meal. Got to keep these players on edge, and I think Coach Roy is the right man for the job to keep this team sharp.
When you look at Portage's schedule, they've got, Crown Point. I think last week they had Maryville. Maryville and Crown Point, Portage was a physical game, a beatdown game for both of them. And now they have to turn around and play probably the best team in Northwest Indiana, without a doubt.
Right.
Crown Point. And, Crown Point's up 21-0. That's a tough thing to do. I mean, if they could have come in against a team that they were competitive with, that you could see some positivity here. But Crown Point is just really a tough one to follow, especially
hard.
with Maryville.
All right, Andrew. We've got some other big news here with Munster. What is the update?
They scored a touchdown, and not only that, they kicked the extra point.
Wow.
The Munster Mustangs are on a roll right now, folks. So it is 13-0, Munster leading East Chicago. So for a program that has struggled for much of this year, for them to be playing well on offense, on pace to score 26 points, at least to this point, and to shut out East Chicago at this point, really impressive here for the Munster Mustangs.
Yeah, it is, and it's a good start for them, and they've been in games. We've talked about this. I mean, it's a situation where they really played well against Andre, and that had to give them confidence. And now leading, what is it, 13-0, that is outstanding. They've got to be feeling good about themselves.
Yeah, definitely a positive situation for Munster here. Now, East Chicago isn't exactly the 1985 Bears out there, let's be fair. But they're doing a good job with, building up and responding as needed here.
And they are responding from last week when Andrean did pull the game out in the second half. That bodes well for Munster.
All right, fair enough. We're going to go ahead and get an update here from Russell Broadhacker for our Beef of the Week, Chesterton at Valpo. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So Valparaiso managed to score 3 more onto Chesterton, putting the score 6-0 with about a minute and 50 left to go in the first half.
That was Wilcox on the kick?
No, this is Fonder. Fonder?
Fonder.
I will spell this one out for you guys. 1 second. So this is Trevor Fonder, Faughdner. Faughtner.
All right.
Yep.
We're going to have to learn how to pronounce that one. That's a tough one.
What's his first name?
Myself, the announcer is doing it as well. Andrew.
All right.
That one we got in the bag.
And did he kick the first one too?
Or
will it?
I saw Wilcox.
Okay.
But it very well could have been.
All right. That's all right.
So, according to Tom Maloney in our sports information desk, it is Trevor Faughdner.
Faughdner.
Yeah, Faughdner.
Hey, accuracy is key in this line of work. So glad we got the team on it. Thank you, Maloney.
It's better to be right than be first, I've always said.
You're here.
But we're doing both. So, go ahead, Russ.
I was just going to say, for Chesterton tonight, under center, we have C.J. Perez. He's been running the ball pretty well on his keepers. And then his main running back this evening is Andrew Scovia, number 13. He's been doing well. He's been able to capitalize and get a couple firsts for the program. haven't seen Chesterton throw the ball much of anything. Valparaiso is starting to go to the air. Berta put them in the red zone on their last drive with 2 just huge first down runs. So it's pretty evenly based, but now their star players are really starting to pop out. Perez is able to roll out of pocket, gain a couple downs. His pockets are definitely closing in on him fast. The Valpo defensive line seems to be picking up steam. But in all honesty, Chesterton's offensive line is doing a bang-up job in the trenches. So we're still in a tight game. The fact that it's 6-0 as the first half kind of comes to a close, I think speaks volumes on both these programs. So this second half is going to be electric. There's about 50 seconds left to go in the first half. It's a big third down here for, Chesterton to convert here. 6 yards to go. I've seen them do it a couple times, but it's all about time management as well, so we got another timeout. Ben, I'm not sure if this was your case when you were playing here for Valpo, but how much did the band really affect you guys during home game?
Oh, at Valpo or
correct, at Valpo.
Okay. Our band, it didn't really affect us much. They were very cognizant of not playing during actual, action. Are they doing that this time, or what's going on there?
They are definitely in Chesterton's ear. I haven't seen a band. This is my first time at Valpo this year. In all the other places I've been going throughout the Duneland, this is the first time that I've seen the band down on the field. They're in the end zone. They're in Valpo's end zone. So, when Chesterton was backed up, to shoot their own 10, their backs against the band starts playing. All of a sudden, Perez can't hear the call from his coach. You can't really call it in the huddle. They were forced to burn a timeout. And I hadn't seen that happen yet this year. Didn't know if that was a Valpo thing, but it's definitely the entire home crowd, the band, everyone here supporting Valpo, but Chesterton's formidable attack. They equally just as shown their away stadium, their away stands are jam-packed. So everyone's really excited to see this matchup tonight.
Hey, Russell, first of all, Valpo's really taking out all the stops and moving their band in the back. Boy, that's Valpo. But number 2 is Brady McCormick not playing quarterback?
No, that's exactly what I saw going into this. I saw him against City, though he lost. He was running the heck out of it. I was really expecting to see him play this evening. He's not. I haven't seen him on the field at all. So Perez is stepping into a pretty big role. As we're speaking, he just slipped, fell about 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, dropping back to a pass. So, that's the first time I've seen him do it tonight. He has been holding a very captain role here and has had a command of the offense, able to march him up and down the field. Just haven't been able to put any points on the board. So I'm eager to see this, but with 24 seconds left to go, they have 35 yards until they're able to score. I'd be willing to wager score going in, going into the half would be 6-0. So, definitely a winnable game for Chesterton if they're able to come out that second half and, be able to punch Valpo in the mouth. But Valpo, just as long as they're doing what they're doing, being formidable on defense and just being able to put themselves in scoring position offensively, they could very well just walk away with the win here.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. Give us a call at halftime.
Gotcha, guys.
All right, appreciate this. Russell Broadhecker from Valparaiso, home of the most intimidating marching band in all of Northwest Indiana. We're going to go from Valparaiso to Maryville with an update from Dr. Reed Amons. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Maryville is able to capitalize on the first offensive big play of the night. Cam Jordan, a sophomore running back for the Pirates, was able to score from 46 yards out. Big 46-yard touchdown run for him. The extra point was good. That put Maryville on top 14-0 about halfway through the second quarter. Maryville's defense stiffened once again, forced a Michigan City punt. Maryville's got the ball back. They're right at midfield. They just got sacked. And so they're facing a 3rd down and 20. Ran a draw, picked up maybe about half those yards back. But there's a minute 22 to go here in the opening half. Maryville's on top 14-0 with the ball just about the 41-yard line of Michigan City. So Coach Cease has a big decision to make here if he wants to go for it on 4th and 10 from the opponent's 41-yard line. Looks like he's going to be sending out the punting unit at this point, though. 1 minute to go here before halftime with the Pirates on top, 14-0.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Go ahead and give us a call at halftime, would you please?
Yep, sounds good, guys. Talk to you then.
All right, thank you much. This is Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville. We're going to move from Maryville on into St. John, Indiana, with an update from Gary Schultz with LaPorte at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
Well, LaPorte finally got a little offense going. They had 3 straight first downs, but on the third one, they had a holding penalty, which pushed them back. Ended up punting to Lake Central. LaPorte downed the ball on the Lake Central 4. After 3 plays, Lake Central only gained 2 yards. Lake Central punted the ball, came out to about the LaPorte 20, or came out to the Lake Central 23, bounded back, and it was down on their own 6-yard line. So the Lake Central, so the net punt was 0 yards. And on the first play from scrimmage, Reed Raymond for LaPorte ran in a 6-yard touchdown.
Reed Raymond?
Yes.
So it seems like a couple of lucky bounces in LaPorte's favor led to an offensive score for him.
Yep. The punt rolled quite a ways, and then for LaPorte, and then the Lake Central punt backed up on them. So, yes.
Very interesting, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
LaPorte 12, Lake Central 10, 5 minutes and 45 seconds left in the first half.
All right, thank you much, Gary. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, we'll go from Lake Central to Cedar Lake with an update from Steve Schmidt, who's covering Kankakee Valley at Hanover. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, we're at the half now. It's 14-0. Hanover Central got their last score. Tommy Bonner, a 3-yard touchdown run, but that drive was crazy, guys. Let me tell you about it. On a 3rd and 14, Hanover had the ball around midfield. Snap went through the legs of Bonner. He then picks it up, eludes 2 sacks in the backfield, gets down the sideline and finds the receiver, set up 4th and 1. Where then they picked it up. The very next play for scrimmage, then Bonner found Caden Barrett downfield, got the ball down to the 3-yard line, and then that's where he ran it in.
Wow, so a lot of action going on there for this game. Steve, it seems like Hanover is kind of struggling a little bit with this KV defense. KV's defense is playing strong.
Yeah, the KV defense has shown up tonight, guys. It's been 2 big plays tonight that have led to the scoring drives, but overall, at the point of attack, I want to say that the KV defensive line is winning, guys. They're getting off the ball a little bit faster. Hanover's standing tall on their blocks instead of getting low. And Barrett really hasn't had a chance to get going on the ground yet tonight, aside from that 48-yard score early in the first quarter. So overall, I'd say this KV defense is playing well tonight.
I would say that that KV is in it at the half. I'll be interesting to see what adjustments KV makes at the halftime.
Yeah, offensively too, they've had good offensive drives. The last offensive drive before Hanover took over, they marched all the way down the field, got inside the 20, and then Arroyo tried to throw a back shoulder ball to the end zone. It was intercepted by Evan Marsiglio of Hanover. So that was a chance right there for 7 for KV. So the offense is moving the ball. They haven't really had any drives stall out except for the first one. Overall, this KV team is showing up tonight, but Hanover is showing that they're one of the best teams in the region because they're feeding off mistakes. They're able to take advantage right now.
All right, thank you, Steve. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
We are at the half here in the Valley. It's 14-0, Hanover Central.
All right, thank you much. That is Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover and Kankakee Valley. Well, Wayne, before we go ahead and take a break, I wanted to discuss with you that it is Pledge Week here for Lakeshore Public Media. And we'd like to express to our viewers, to our listeners, that a lot of this can't happen without your support. If you like what we're doing, please help us out. Any financial donation you can muster up would be greatly appreciated here at Lakeshore Public Media.
Yeah, people for as long as I've been at the station, we've done pledge work. People just don't realize that this is not a public service funded by the state or anything. We need people to donate to keep this going. This is public television. And, your donations help these programs to be aired. And I know that so many times people come up and say, hey, we really like what you guys are doing. Yeah. And how can we help? Well, now's the time. You can donate. If you like what you're doing, if you like what we're seeing, We're trying to promote kids in a positive way.
Right.
And that's why this is so important. This is our pledge time. This is the time that we can, fund us this year and next.
Right.
And it's up to you.
Yeah, and so if you like what we're doing, and it's not just, us covering sports. We have educational programming. We have political programming. We have local news on our radio stations. We have an entire series of television shows that are kid-centric, educational, all sorts of different programs that we are here to better our community. We need your help to support us. Visit www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. Again, that is www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. Donate whatever you can, would be greatly appreciated. And we'd love to be here. Game Night has been on for 16 years. We want to be here for 26, 36, 46 more years. And we need your help to be able to do that and tell the good news of student athletes in Northwest Indiana, with an emphasis on student, working hard in the classroom and working hard out there on the field. That's the story that we want to give here in Northwest Indiana.
I totally agree.
And with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch, or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
At Lakeshore Public Media, we believe the strength of a community is determined by the strength of partnerships. So we pursue meaningful and impactful local partnerships, working with region schools, nonprofits, and local businesses to tell the stories that matter most is at the core of our efforts. Your support helps us continue these collaborations. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give today and pledge to build LPM and strengthen our local ties.
If there's one thing I know y'all love to do, it's debate what are the best things to come from your city. That's why for the next few weeks, NPR's It's Been a Minute is bringing The Smackdown, a debate series to cities all across the states. Our next city, New Orleans, Louisiana. Join us in the Big Easy, next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5, here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the scoreboard update. Well, we finally got action in our game of the week, and welcome to Game Night, where we cover every game every week. I'm Tom Maloney with your Week 5 scoreboard update. The Hobart Brickies take a 7-0 lead over the Andrean 59ers in the second quarter, thanks to an Alex Tatum touchdown pass to Aiden Leonard for 36 yards. The Brickies draw first blood against the Andrean 59ers. Both teams 2-2 on the season. Both teams also 2-0 in conference play. Now, that is the game of the week. I would argue this is probably my personal I'm keeping an eye on it game. The River Forest Ingots have taken an 18-14 lead thanks to an Aiden Silver 10-yard touchdown run. That is Silver's second touchdown of the game. He got River Forest on the board early in the game with a 24-yard touchdown pass to Levi Harper. River goes up 6-0. Griffith returns to favor 7-6. River's up 12-6. Griffith's up 14-12. River's up 18-14, right? You get the point. So we'll keep an eye on this one for the remainder of the night for you here on Game Night. Hanover Central takes a 14-0 lead over Kankakee Valley thanks to a Caden Verrett touchdown run there for a 3-yard score for the Wildcats. The Valpo Vikings, it is all on the foot of Trevor Faulkner. Ben, do we have a proper? You're a Valpo guy, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
But I'm also not great with pronunciation. If the last 5 years of me running this show has been any indication, but we would.
Hey, that's all right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out though. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Trevor F. Knocking in field goals left and right. I actually don't know if he's left-footed or right-footed. He's hitting them, and they're going in. Good for Valpo. They're up 6-0 over the Chesterton Trojans there. And Crown Point will have a running clock, barring some sort of a miracle here in the second quarter. About 10.5 minutes to go, and they are already up 35-0 over Portage. Larry Ellison with a 3-yard touchdown run. Ellison with a 50-plus yard touchdown run. Ellison with a 3-yard touchdown run. So he has at least 3 rushing touchdowns. Sorley has a 52-yard touchdown reception, and Tommy Guadano has a 7-yard touchdown run. So it has been all Bulldogs all night against Portage. Again, that game 35-0. Another back-and-forth affair is LaPorte and Lake Central. LaPorte takes a 12-10 lead thanks to a Reed Raymond 6-yard touchdown run there. Maryville's up 14-0 thanks to a 47-yard touchdown scamper by Jordan as they lead the Michigan City Wolves. Westside has an 18-6 lead over the Whiting Oilers. Kamari Loggins scores from 3 yards out to tie the game up at 6 apiece there. Brandon Smith, a freshman for the Cougars, returns a fumble 82 yards to the house to give them a 12-6 lead. And then Ladarian Newell scores from 48 yards out to advance Westside's lead. Again, they are up 18-6 over Whiting in that one. If I skip over Wheeler and Boone Grove, it doesn't mean it doesn't count, right, Ben? The game didn't happen?
Not sure that's how that works.
All right. Well, Bryce Compton is leaping into the end zone. Well, he leapt over a Boone Grove defensive back and then scampered in for a 63-yard touchdown pass there. But Boone Grove has answered. It is now 14-14. They scored a touchdown and converted on the 2-point conversion there. So I'm glad I reported on that one for you, Ben. Lowell is up 14-0 over Highland in that one. Morton's up 14-0 over the Calumet Warriors. Munster. Ben, can you believe this? Munster going from scoreless all season long. They've now scored 19 points against East Chicago. They've got a 19-0 lead as the Munster Mustangs look for their first win of the season.
It's 20 now.
It's 20. Okay, so the extra point was good.
Tom, I'm so thrilled for our resident Munster Mustang in Andrew Johnson. He is the biggest Mustang fan that I know, and I'm just thrilled for this offensive output for him.
Well, poor Andrew is also a Fighting Illini fan, too, so he's had to deal with a lot of bad football through the years, so my condolences to him. Still don't have an update on North Newton at West Central as the Spartans take on the Trojans. I feel like that's a history lesson. Bowman traveling to Lake Station. The Eagles and Fighting Eagles, still no update there from 2 0-4 teams. The Calumet Christian Patriots traveling to Bishop Knoll, no update there. Last update I have on this one, Hammond Central was up 12-10 over Culver Academy. Culver Academy had a 10-0 lead, and then Hammond Central was able to come back and take a 12-10 lead. Update now is at the half. It is Hammond Central up 28-17 over Culver Academy. That is Hammond Central up 28-17 at the half there. Knox is up 14-7 over John Glenn at the half there. And North Judson, the last update we had here was 33-0 in the second quarter, and the last update we had for Triton and Winnemac was 21-0 at the half.
All right, thank you, Tom. That was Tom Maloney with our scoreboard update. We have full phone lines here. We're going to go to Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week, Chesterton at Valpo. Russell, what's going on?
This is This is the Meridian Bowl for Chesterton and Valpo. We're in halftime right now. The score is 6-0 Valpo over Chesterton. Both those scored by Trevor Faudner. We are going to get that by the end of the night. I'm sure that he'll be kicking it again.
So
the Battle of the Meridian.
So
battle for their milk jug this evening.
Right. So Russ, it's been a kind of a defensive battle here. What needs to break before one of these teams can take control?
I would say it would be Chesterton's ability to get it into the end zone. They are having it down into the red zone multiple times. They're able to punch their first downs. I think they just, whatever's going on with their goal line offense, just needs to come in to capitalize. I'd love to see them go to the air. At this point, you know, it's just been all C.J. Perez and Andrew Gavia. I'd love to see them get more versatile offensively, get some other players into the mix. Hopefully then they're able to cross that and put some scores on the board. One touchdown puts it at a 0-0 game. Defensively, they're doing great as long as they keep Valpo out of the red zone. But, you know, for the most part, they are holding it tight. Right in between the numbers, those outside flats get a little bit wide open for them, leading to some decent yardage for Valpo. So defensively for the Trojans, if they can just kind of lock out the flats, keep doing what they're doing in the middle, and I'm sure they'll be able to hold Valpo then to the 6 points they have currently, and if they can put some points up on the board, could be Trojans games. Valpo is just playing a really tight ball game tonight. They're hitting all of their assignments. Berta's running with a full head of steam. I love the fact that after the first contact that comes against him, he's still trudging along. He takes about 2, 3, 4 people to bring him down. That kid is tough, and he's a formidable opponent for the entire Trojan defense.
All right, thanks, Russ. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Yes, sir. Talk to you.
All right, thank you much. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week, Chesterton at Valpo. We're going to move on to our Game of the Week with an update from Gary Graben with Andrean at Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
Well, this is sort of a tale of two different quarters here. You know, Andrean dominated the first quarter, but could not convert a couple of fourth down plays, so had no points. In the second quarter, I don't believe Andrean has a first down. This Hobart defense has really stepped up and made them pay. And even after Andrean got a huge break on a punt that nicked a Hobart player's heel and they recovered in Hobart territory, Andrean has done nothing. As Tom Maloney just reported to you, Hobart has cracked the scoreboard with a 36-yard touchdown pass from Alex Tatum to Aiden Leonard. Extra point was good. That was with 1:58 left in the half. On the ensuing kickoff, the ball was bobbled. Andrean had to recover it on their own 5. They did nothing. A poor punt has given Hobart the ball inside the Andrean 30 with under a minute here to play, with about 29 seconds left. So Hobart has a chance here to get another score here, and they will get the opening kickoff in the third quarter. So Hobart's in a position here where they can put a little daylight between themselves and the 59ers here.
All right, Gary, seems like you're having an exciting end of the half here. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, it is 7-0. 7-0 Hobart over Andrean with 23 seconds to go in the first half.
All right, thank you much. That's Gary Graben with an update from our Game of the Week. We're going to go from Hobart, Indiana to St. John, Indiana with an update from Gary Schultz with LaPorte and Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
Hi, at halftime, LaPorte is up 12-10. Not much happened after we last called. Lake Central did take over on their 11-yard line, drove down to LaPorte 17, highlighted by a 40-yard pass completion to Hamza Issa. Lake Central went for a 24-yard field goal, and it was wide right. LaPorte got the ball back and just decided to run the clock out since they're getting the opening kickoff in the second half.
So, Gary, it seems like LaPorte is, flexing their muscle and holding their own here against Lake Central.
Yeah, they're doing a good job holding their own. Their offense is kind of one of those shooting themselves in the foot. They've had 5 penalties that have erased at least 2 first downs, so they need to kind of tighten up there on their offense.
All right, thank you, Gary. One more time, was that score and time update, please?
All right, it's halftime. LaPorte 12, Lake Central 10.
All right, thank you much, Gary. That was Gary Schultz with an update from LaPorte and Lake Central. All right, we're going to move from St. John to Maryville, Indiana, with an update from Reed Amons. Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, this game has gone to halftime. Maryville's on top, 14-0. Really been a what I call slugfest here in the first half. Both teams running the ball pretty effectively, but not really being able to throw the ball offensively on either side. Maryville has been able to take advantage of the two big plays, a muff punt by Michigan City that gave Maryville great field position on the Michigan City 25-yard line. They were able to run it in with Zacharias Johnson, and certainly the big 46-yard touchdown run by Cam Jordan. Both extra points were good. That's put the Pirates up here at halftime 14-0. We're about 10 minutes away from starting the second half, but Maryville on top here after the first two quarters of play.
So, Dr. Reed, what has been the key here in the first half?
I think it's been those two big plays. The muff punt and turnover by Michigan City. Really, actually well played on both sides. I'd say probably less than 5 total penalties. There was just the one turnover on that muff punt, and then certainly the big run by Cam Jordan, right from midfield. That really has given Maryville the 2-score lead here. But both teams running the ball and not really effective in the air up to this point. Both defensive playing very well for the most part. The Maryville defense has, been the bend but don't break rule tonight. Michigan City has been able to move the ball between the 20s, but have not had a chance to find pay dirt quite yet. So well played so far tonight, and Maryville just being able to take advantage of a couple big plays so far.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Reed. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, I'm just looking forward to a good second half here. I believe Maryville will get the ball first to get things started here. Already up 14-0, and we kind of said in the beginning that we thought maybe 20 points would be the magic number tonight. So if they can get that score and go up three scores here on Michigan City, I think it'll be tough sledding for them. But and they will have to go to the air and move the ball in big chunks. So I'm looking for a Maryville score here to get things started in the second half. If they can do that and capitalize, I think they'll certainly be in the driver's seat. However, if Michigan City can make a big stance and get the ball back and score and pull within just one score, anything can happen.
All right, thank you very much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City at Maryville. We're going to go from one M-Town in Maryville to another M-Town in Munster. We've got Jason Hill with an update from East Chicago Central and Munster. Jason, what's going on?
Hey, guys. It is 27-0 here at half. Munster leads East Chicago. Sorry here. A little bit lacking on the phone calls and the updates here. It's homecoming, trying to pull a little double duty here. But have a first half recap for you. It, like I said, it is 27-0 at half. Munster got on the board first in this game on a 5-yard Sam Studak run. He came back after a botched kickoff return, hit the returner square in the face. Munster recovered, and they were able to put another touchdown on the board pretty quick. It was another short run by Studak for the Mustangs. Then a very long second quarter. East Chicago moving backwards a lot with penalties and just struggling to move anything positive on the offensive side of the ball. Defense was holding Munster here and there, forcing the punt a few times in the second quarter. East Chicago, kind of a one-horse team here, had Darion Morris had a big 55-yard run, thought he was gone, ended up getting shoved out of bounds, and that drive stalled for the Cardinals. And then Munster, very, very smart coaching, with about 2 minutes to go in the half, used their timeouts well. Defense came up. They had a big 37-yard run by their quarterback, David Schasberger. Made a substitution there, Coach Robinson did, from Jake Forrester was starting the first few games. But Daniel Schasberger is in now for the Mustangs. Had a beautiful 37-yard run from hash to hash. Just put every Cardinal defender on skates and got into the end zone to extend that lead. And then, again, just wise with the timeouts. Munster was able to score one more time within the last 2 minutes of the half here on a big 50-yard pass from Schaffberger to extend it to 27-0. So here we stand at the half in Munster homecoming for the Mustangs. It is 27-0 over East Chicago.
All right, thank you, Jason. We appreciate the updates and looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
All righty, guys.
Thank you much. That was Jason Hill with an update from East Chicago Central at Munster. We're going to go from Munster to Hobart with an update from our game of the week. Gary Graben, Andrean at Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
When last we spoke, Hobart had the ball inside the Andrean 30 in the last minute of the first half on a beautiful pass play where two Andrean defenders bumped into each other. The ball was caught at the 3, and the receiver chose to get out of bounds rather than turn it up into the end zone. After a failed incomplete pass, they trotted out the field goal team, and normally reliable Xander Langford from 20 yards missed the kick. So Hobart missed a golden opportunity here to have a 2-score lead. We have reached the half. It is 7-0 Hobart over Andrean at halftime.
Wow, so a lot of action there at the end of the half. I kind of understand to try to get out of bounds to save that clock, but when you can sniff that end zone, you try to get those 7 or that 6.
Yeah, it was a tough play. The collision between the Andrean players kind of happened behind, so he didn't necessarily know what happened there. So you get why he was scrambling out of bounds. But again, just a little peek would have given him the chance to waltz in there. So again, a lot of what ifs in this first half. Andrean has missed a couple of fourth down conversions. Hobart missed one. They also had a punt hit a player's foot and give it back to Andrean. But with all these scenarios, all we have is one touchdown scored in this first half.
So, Gary, what does Andrea need to do coming out in the second half?
Well, the defense is playing well. I would say the issue really here is the pressure from this Hobart defense. Both these defenses really pressure the quarterback a lot. And for Hobart, they have really, in the second quarter, made some adjustments, keeping Elish in the pocket. And he likes to move. He likes to roll out. He likes to run. And in the second quarter, Hobart's defense took that away. So whether Andrean's going to have to look maybe for some quick passes, something maybe short over the middle, just to get the ball out of his hands, because the pressure has really changed his game from the first quarter to the second quarter.
What kind of a defense is Hobart playing? I mean, in the sense that, are they blitzing, or is it just the front line that is pressuring Elish?
It is mainly the front line. That's why this has worked for Hobart, because if they have to blitz, the danger there is you got to have two guys on Finley, because if you single cover him, they've tried that a couple of times, and he automatically gets the ball. That has to be in the Andrean playbook, that if he's single covered, just throw it his way. So they have double covered Finley, but they have done most of this pressure with just a 4-man line. And so we talked about, Andrean's line is a little weak. They're down their all-state player. So, this is a difficult task. So I think maybe some quicker passes might be the answer here for the 59ers.
So, Gary, how do you see the rest of this game going?
Well, I talked to our buddy Nathan Laird earlier today, and he actually just, I said, big game tonight, and he said, take the under. And he wasn't wrong. This is really two defenses that are pretty dominant. And so we're going to have to see if anybody can open anything up here. But this is one of those games that has to feel like it may be a one-score game most of the way.
Interesting. All right, Gary, anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, like I said, again, I think this is a little less scoring than expected, but still two teams really slugging it out. This is old school football that way, with defenses dominant.
All right, my kind of football right there. All right, thanks, Gary. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you as tonight goes on.
You got it, Ben.
All right, that is Gary Graben with an update from Andrean at Hobart, our game of the week. So right now, we're in the halftime zone right now. Halfway through the night, Wayne, what's caught your eye?
Well, certainly the low scores, except for Crown Point. They're up 35-0.
Right.
But other than that, you have a bunch of low-scoring games here. West Side 18, Whiting nothing. So, Whiting 6, I believe. So that kind of surprises me. But really, as you look over the board, other than Crown Point, nobody's down. All right, how about Griffith losing to River Forest?
Right.
16 to 14. Now that's a close score. One, good play for Griffith, and they come up and they're on top. But River Forest is playing very well.
They really are. They really are. And speaking of a team whose defense has been playing really well, we've got Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover at KV. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, third quarter here. Hanover Central received the ball to open the quarter. Full start penalty back from 5 yards. Next play, Bonner throws a pass behind line of scrimmage to Henry Maurer. Pass was complete, but then he fumbled it. KV recovered at the 9.
Ooh.
3 plays later, Marco Castro in the end zone, touchdown Cougars.
Wow. So what's the score right now, Steve?
It is 14-6. The extra point was blocked.
Oh, wow. So, Steve, that is the stroke of luck that Kankakee Valley needed to kind of cut this down to a one-score game. Is their defense still playing with their ears pinned back?
Well, Hanover just got the ball back, just returned the kickoff, so we're going to see. But on that first play, definitely, you can tell that the air was kind of let out of the balloon right there at the end of the first half, but now the energy's back here on the KV sideline. It's staying on the player side of things. So we're going to see what the defense is going to do here. Hanover has the ball around midfield.
So where do you think this is going to lead here? Is Hanover going to answer, or do you think KV has the defensive front to kind of slow them down?
Well, right now, Bonner's dropping back to pass. Pass is complete. Breaks out of a tackle, and he's going to get a first down on that. Didn't see who it was number-wise, but right now Hanover's trying to get the passing game involved here in the second half. And we've seen at times the last couple of weeks that that's plagued the Cougars. Hanover ran the ball a lot in the first half. So if they can get the passing game established and see if what's been successful for other teams the past week is going to hold true again here tonight, that could be a story here in the second half.
All right, thank you, Steve. One more time, was that scoring time update, please?
With 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, Hanover 14, Kankakee Valley 6.
All right, thank you much, Steve. That is Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover and KV. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com.
Building a stronger community takes all of us. Being the catalyst for the NWI Volunteer Hub is just one way Lakeshore Public Media helps Northwest Indiana come together. By pledging during our Build LPM Pledge Drive, you're building your station's ability to provide programs, resources, and initiatives that encourage positive connections like volunteerism and community service. Build with us. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give to pledge your support now.
As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
So I moved back to my hometown and started a new career selling medical supplies, full of confidence that my master's degree in philosophy had prepared me well for the corporate world.
Join us for more true stories told live. Next time, trying to put the past behind us. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media. And now, the scoreboard update. From the game of the week to the beef of the week, I'm Tom Maloney. If you got beef with me, you got beef with everybody here. I don't know where I'm going with that one, guys.
What's that?
I don't know. It's the middle of the night, week 5 here. As we are rolling along, game of the week, it is still Hobart up 7-0 over Andrean, thanks to an Alex Tatum 36-yard touchdown pass to Aiden Leonard. Griffith and River Forest. I tell you what, this is still a back and forth affair. Though River has a 25-14 lead. Michael Turner picking off a Ryan Bullion screen attempt. Reads it out perfectly and goes untouched from 40 yards out to extend Rivers' lead to 25-14. Hanover Central is up 14-6. You just heard Steve Schmidt on the update there with Marco Castro punching it in from 5 yards out for the Cougars, not to be confused with Wildcats. I don't actually know the difference between the two types of animals. I'll have to go ahead and learn that for the next scoreboard update. But right now, Hanover Central leads at 14-6 over KB. And Chesterton and Valpo, talk about taking the under here. This is a game going into it that, apart from Chesterton's hiccup against Michigan City a couple of weeks ago, this is a high-octane offense taking on a Valpo Vikings team that loves to score, and the game is 6-0.
Wow.
I mean, sometimes you look at the writers in the room and you're thinking, guys, you're going to make that game 6-0 there. And, for what it's worth, I guess we'll see what happens as the evening progresses, but a surprisingly low affair in the beef of the week out in Valparaiso. It is all Crown Point. They are up 49-7. Last count that I had, I believe they had 6 touchdown runs. Sorley has, I think, 2 or 3 of them, 2, and I think Ellison has another 2. Meanwhile, Ehrlich has only needed 1 touchdown pass. Sorley has the touchdown reception on that, so he's got, I can't count that high. Crown Point's up 49-7. LaPorte at Lake Central. We heard Gary Schultz on the updates there throughout the course of the first half. LaPorte's up 12-10 thanks to a Reed Raymond 6-yard touchdown, but Lake Central missed a field goal wide right late to take a late lead in the first half. So it is LaPorte 12-10 at the half there. And Maryville up 14-0 thanks to a Cam Jordan 47-yard touchdown run at home against the Michigan City Wolves. And Westside is up 24-12 over the Whiting Oilers. And guys, I know that every night, every Friday night, we talk about the big surprising stories of the evening. The Westside defense might be my story of the evening. Brandon Smith, a freshman, returning a fumble for 82 yards. Sophomore Dante Hurd intercepting a pass for a pick 6, returns at 57 yards.
Wow. Youth
on the defensive side coming up with some really big plays tonight for Westside. That might be my big surprising story of the night. Wheeler up 23-14 thanks to an Anthony Huron interception. He took it 45 yards back for the pick 6 as Boone Grove looked to try to move and score. Wheeler had taken a 17-14 lead thanks to a 21-yard field goal. I'm not even going to try to pronounce Tyne's last name. Tyne, I apologize. And then Boone Grove trying to score down 17-14, throws the pick 6. Wheeler takes that 23-14 lead. Lowell is up all over Highland, 28-0 there in the second quarter. Morton's up 14-0 over Calumet in the second quarter there. And we've had a surprising barn burner for the Munster Mustangs, lighting up the scoreboard 27-0 thus far against East Chicago as the Mustangs are at home. Schafsberger has 2 touchdown passes on the night. Sudik has 2 touchdown runs on the night for the Mustangs. Get yourself some Munster. Still no update on North Newton at West Central, and no update still from Bowman at Lake Station. Calumet at Bishop Knoll, still no update there. Culver Academy up 28-23 in the third quarter. Last update we had for that game. John Glenn at Knox. Knox is up 20-7 at the end of the third quarter there. North Judson all over Culver, 62-0 in the fourth quarter. And the last update we had here, Triton up 28-0 in the third quarter versus Winnemac. For Game Night, I'm Tom Maloney.
Quite a lot of scores there, Tom. We greatly appreciate it. This is Ben Kolodzinski. I'm here with Wayne Svetanoff. Hey, Wayne, how was that dinner tonight?
Oh, I'm telling you, Pepe's is, we love Pepe's, boy. Thanks for taking care of Game Night crew this evening. Pepe's is located at 260 84th Street Drive in Maryville and serving our community for 43 years. Pepe's is a full-service restaurant with a large dining room, lounge, and a patio area available to patrons. The Espinazo family, the owners of Pepe in Maryville, would like to wish all our teams in the area the best of luck this year.
So, an interesting story about Pepe's in Maryville. When I was, I would say, 11 or 12 years old, I wanted my birthday dinner to be at Pepe's in Maryville, and it worked, and I got my tacos that night. So always a memorable occasion when you get to have Pepe's. And thank you to the Espinoza family and Pepe's for keeping us well fed here this Friday night.
And, this is, Pledge Week and stuff. And, here's a group of people in Pepe's that are willing to, come in, feed the crew here. And they understand what is relevant, and you need local support for this program, and we really appreciate them.
Yeah, we appreciate all of these local businesses that support us, and keep in mind, you can always support us as individual citizens as well at www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. That is www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. All right, we're going to get back to the action here. We got Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover and Kankakee Valley. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Last update I gave you, it was if KV was going to give up the pass downfield, it was going to hurt them, right?
Right.
Well, that just happened on 4th and 6. Tommy Bonner found Rocco Bartomeo 37 yards downfield for the score. Extra point was no good. We're 20-6 Hanover here in the third quarter, but KV has a drive going downfield past the 50 already, setting up around the 30-yard line here.
So, Steve, Hanover kind of opened up the playbook here. They tossed the ball around, but Kankakee Valley is answering. How is Kankakee Valley answering this drive?
It's all Marco Castro. Just to use one of Wayne's favorite phrases, Marco is running like he's angry at the grass. He is. Every single play of this drive has gone right into Marco's hands, running through Hanover defenders. Just picked up a 4th down and 2 a moment ago. But he is running hard, he is running physical, and he is getting extra yards after first contact.
So, Steve, is Kankakee Valley's...
Play to the end zone here. Sorry to interrupt you right there, guys. Sorry. But there was a pass actually downfield in the end zone, but it was broken up. Sorry.
Fair enough. Hey, you're covering the action.
That's right.
We're just help facilitating you. So, Steve, is Hanover's defense rising to the occasion? Because if they were to kind of saddle up here and take care of business, they really could put KV in a bind.
They have looked really good against the pass tonight, guys. They're playing on zone coverage. They look really good with the ball going downfield. But up front, the KV offensive line is winning at the point of attack. So if KV continues to run the ball, I think it's going to help KV here as long as they get a couple stops to stay in this ball game.
All right, thank you, Steve. One more time, what is that scoring time update, please?
With 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, Hanover Central leads 20-6.
All right, thank you much. That is Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover and Kankakee Valley. We're going to go from KV and head over to Valpo with an update from Russell Broadhacker for Chesterton at Valpo. Our beef of the week, the battle for Meridian. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, so the tides have turned. Right now it is 7-6. Chesterton's leading over the Vikings. I'm sorry. The touchdown came from a 23-yard pass from C.J. Perez. He links up with Gus Wish, number 1, for the touchdown. Great pass. First completed pass I've seen this evening from the Trojans, and it came at a great time. They got into scoring position for the most part by Gavay. he's been running the ball like crazy for him. 4 back-to-back runs. Every second run would be a first down for him. But it was getting to the point that I was just like, well, they're lining up at the line, and Gavay up the middle. And then sure enough, Gavay up the middle. So they're pretty consistent with their play calling.
Wow.
I mean, if it's working and it's not broke, don't fix it. Gavay is running very well with a full head of steam on him. Right now, Chesterton just fumbled a punt. Looks like that was Wish on the return. He brought it back out to the 5, but initially he fumbled it. It rolled all the way back to the 1-yard line. So they scoop it out, evade a couple of defenders, get the ball out from the 1-yard line, so that at least helps out their offense a little bit better. Chesterton is operating a little smoother since that score. The defense was just really popping it against the Vikings. Offensively, I'm sure they're going to be running just a little bit quicker. I'm excited to see this next show, but they have forced Valpo to punt twice now in the second half.
Chesterton's defense showing up strong here. All right, Russell, one more time was that score and time update, please.
Score is 7-6 Trojans over Vikings. 2 minutes left to go in third quarter.
All right, thank you very much. That's Russell Broadhacker with the doozy over there in our Beef of the Week, Chesterton at Valpo. We'll move from Valparaiso. We'll move on to Maryville with an update from Dr. Reed Amons with Michigan City at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Michigan City's been able to strike first here in the second half. Their defense came up big, forcing a 3-and-out on Maryville's opening possession of the second half. The punt was fielded right about their own 40-yard line, but they were aided by a horse collar tackle, which allowed Michigan City to start on the Maryville side of the field. A few plays later, quarterback was able to run around the end and get in from about 3 yards out. The extra point was wide left, though, so that leaves Michigan City with just a 6 point. Maryville's on top, 14-6. There's 5:30 to go here in quarter number 3. Maryville has the ball out to about their own 32-yard line where they're facing a 3rd and 1, and there's a timeout on the field.
So, Dr. Reed, it appears as in this second half, the adjustments have been made in Michigan City's favor. What does Maryville need to do to kind of wrestle this momentum back to their side?
Yeah, they need to get back to the run game. In that opening drive, they were unable to move the ball on the ground a couple times, and then on a 3rd and long, there was an incomplete pass, which forced the 3-and-out. Here on the second drive, though, of the second half for Maryville, they've been able to run the ball twice for 8 yards. So they're starting to move the ball on the ground once again, and looking to pick up this first down here, facing just a 3rd and 1. Ja'Karius Johnson runs the ball right up the middle, picks up about 9 yards. So he's going to secure the first down for the Pirates. So, yeah, Maryville needs to stay with the ground attack. They have been running the ball very effectively so far here throughout the game, and certainly have Michigan City a little bit on their heels right now as they've been able to pick up some nice chunks of yardage on this second drive of the second half.
Okay, Dr. Reed, the score and time for us, please.
Yeah, we got Maryville 14, Michigan City 6. There's 5 minutes and 5 seconds, and the clock is running here in the third quarter.
All right, thank you very much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville. So, Coach, we've seen a lot of action going on so far today. What at this point, what's intriguing you? What's keeping your eye on things?
Well, River Forest 25, Griffith 14.
Yeah,
that's really a surprise.
It is.
But it's at River, and River has that Aiden Silver, so they're playing very, very well. But then when you look, LaPorte in Lake Central. LaPorte
right.
12, Lake Central 10. Lake Central did miss a field goal, so that could have been a tie right here, or actually a 1-point lead.
Yeah,
but that's a big one.
It is a big one, and you know there's certain things that aren't exactly surprising, at least to this point. You know, Crown Point up big, 52-7 over Portage. That's not particularly surprising. But Michigan City, they're now within a score of Maryville. They're only down by 8 at 14-6. That is something that is intriguing to me, because the whole thought process was it takes a little bit for Maryville to figure your defense out, but then they take care of business. Well, you know what? It seems like that defense is moving in the second half, and that's a scary sign if you're a Pirate.
What about Andrean and Hobart? Only 7 points in that game?
A defensive battle for sure. And to the best of our knowledge, and Gary's done a great job of covering this game for us, it hasn't really been a sloppy game.
No.
It's not like there's been turnovers after turnovers or anything like that. Penalties, right? Or it's just been two defenses manning up and taking care of business. That is good, hard-nosed, smash-mouth football. And another one that I was curious about here is, or not curious about, wanting to highlight a little bit here, is Munster 27, East Chicago 0. Munster looking really tough here, and it's good to see a breakout game for the Mustangs.
Yeah, it really is, and especially since they played Andrean so well.
Right.
That it was a tight game until half, and then Andrean kind of took over. Now they play against East Chicago, and they're putting points on the board. That's a nice turnaround.
And then you've got Hammond Central. They are up 34-23 right now over Culver, and they just scored a touchdown here. And if those of us who are watching, you just saw the replay here, that is an excellent showing for Hammond Central. This is a team that has a ton of talent, but for whatever reason haven't been able to put it together so far this year.
Yeah, and there's that touchdown we're watching there. They've got speed, they've got good offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And Culver Academies is always a difficult team to play.
It's a military academy. They're disciplined, and they've had many years of success down there. Mm-hmm. They've won conferences. They've won sectionals for sure. They've battled in the regionals. They are a good program down there in Culver, and for Hanover or Hammond Central, I apologize, to go down there and take care of business. So far, the game's not over, but looking good in the early going. This is an exciting time for Hammond Central, who's been looking for their identity this year, and it seems like they may have found it.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So, Wayne, before we go ahead and take our break, I wanted to chat a little bit about what we do here on at Lakeshore Public Media. You know what? Before we do that, we do have a caller.
Okay.
We do have an update. So if all of you who wanted to hear our pledge pitch, you hang on. I know you're at the edge of your seats here, but we're going to go ahead and move on to Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover at KV. Steve, what's up?
Hey, guys, we're now in the fourth quarter. KV mounted a drive downfield. Marco Castro pounds one in from 1 yard out. We are at 20-13 Hanover with 10:51 to go in the ball game.
All right, Steve. So how are things going out there? We're back down to a one-score game. What's the MO, the vibe for this game right now?
Well, I'm standing over on the KV sideline. The energy is at an all-time high right now. Playing well against one of the best teams in the region here. As Barrett catches the kickoff, he's trying to run it back, going toward his sideline, and he gets met around the 30 and then pushed out. So Hanover's going to start around the KV 30 or their own 30-yard line here. But overall, KV really showed something there offensively on that drive, guys, and it's starting to bring a lot more momentum onto the KV sideline. And you can tell Hanover's not in necessarily scramble mode yet because they still have the lead and they're playing well. But it's one of those feelings right now where Hanover feels like that they have to go down and score because they don't, because KV has really found something offensively on the ground game. They might feel like if they give the ball back to KV here without scoring, that this could be a tight ball game next time they get it back.
Steve, something that we haven't heard, or a name we haven't heard very often, is Caden Verrett.
Right.
It seems that KV has kind of got his number a little bit.
Yeah, aside from the 48-yard touchdown that he scored in the first quarter, KV has done an outstanding job. They try to do a lot of different stuff with Verrett, right ahead, or straight ahead running. He has not been able to find any running lanes. They've tried to get him outside. KV's done a great job of bringing him out to the sideline, not letting him get any yardage. So overall, they've really pinpointed Verrett, and they're not letting him win Hanover such a ball game.
So, Steve, we have Hanover or Kankakee Valley hanging around Hanover. Hanover letting Kankakee Valley hang around. That's a bad recipe for a team that's favored. Is Hanover starting to look a little bit nervous? How's their body language on their side of things?
I would say there might be a little bit of nerves, but I feel like that they're not necessarily in, like, oh no, we have to go right now mode. They still have plenty of time. They still have one of the best backs in the area. So if they can find a little bit of leverage up front, they're going to be able to beat some clock here, march downfield, and put our score up. But you can definitely tell there's a lot more momentum on the Cajun side, and there's an injury on the field here.
All right, thank you much, Steve. One more time, what is that scoring time update, please?
With 9:41 to go in the fourth quarter, Hanover Central leads Kankakee Valley 20-13.
All right, thank you much, Steve. We appreciate that. All right, we'll move on from Kankakee Valley, move on to Lake Central with an update from Gary Schultz with LaPorte at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
With 8 minutes left in the third quarter, Lake Central has taken an 18-12 lead over LaPorte. LaPorte received the opening kickoff and really couldn't do anything. Lake Central took over on LaPorte 42 and a 4th and 5 from their own, or LaPorte's 37. Lake Central went for it. LaPorte had a pass interference called on them, and then 3 plays later, Jacob Turley ran it in from the 10 for a touchdown, and then they went for 2 and got it.
Wow, a lot of action there, Gary. What has been the edge for Lake Central retaking this lead?
Well, I think they've just been more consistent, and they've definitely. I think LaPorte has at least 6 or 7 penalties, and Lake Central's only had 1.
Okay. Yeah, that's that will definitely hurt your team right there.
Yes, definitely. I think LaPorte's hurt themselves as much as Lake Central has beat them.
All right, fair enough, Gary. Gary, one more time. What is that scoring time update, please?
Lake Central 18, LaPorte 12, 7:43 left in the third quarter.
All right, thank you much, Gary. That was Gary Schultz with an update from LaPorte at Lake Central. We're going to go from Lake Central just down the road to Crown Point with an update from Mireille Fernandez for the Portage at Crown Point game. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, there's not much to say other than Crown Point is punching Portage in the mouth. It's 52-7 at half.
Woo, at half?
At half?
At half. I predicted before the game it'd be 56-0 at half, so I wasn't too far off, but...
We got Mireille. He's a sharp for high school football here, apparently.
I mean, absolutely, man. I love high school football. The band, the fans, the student section. I mean, the big plays that you never expect to happen. More high school football games, you see some upsets, but, not Crown Point. They've just been dominant all season, man.
So what has been the story of this game, Mireille?
Just Crown Point doing what they've been doing. Impressive deep balls by Noah Ehrlich here and there, but it's just been Larry Ellison's game, and so much so that I think they're giving him an ice bath on the sideline just because they're putting in some substitutes. He's been running his legs off, guys. I mean, a couple touchdowns and just I don't even know how many yards. I lost track, man. That kid is fast, and, you blink and you miss him. He ran 50 yards.
Man, that's incredible. So Mireille, Crown Point is looking awfully sharp right now, and this is a Portage defense that has been pretty tough to this point. Is it just a size differential? Is it a speed differential? What is the difference between these two units?
Crown Point is built off of long, excruciating, tiring drives. But I'm not talking about for the Bulldogs. They have tremendous stamina. Even their biggest offensive line, Nolan Cicero, he is 6'4", 300+ pounds, and that guy is running all up and down the field. They're pulling him. They're putting him on screens everywhere. Their biggest guys are more conditioned or just as conditioned as Portage's receivers. And that's the story of the game. They're just wearing the other team out.
Sure. All right, Mireille. I do have one more question before we let you go. How did you do in the homecoming court?
Well, let's just put it like this. I'm Portage, and Crown Point is the winner.
All right. Sorry to...
You're our king, though.
You are King Mireille.
Tomorrow.
Well, let's put it this way. We didn't mean to air your dirty laundry here on air, but are you going to a dance or anything tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow at 6, we're going to be at the high school. It's going to be the homecoming dance. I might, my legs would be just as tired as Larry Ellison's. I'll be dancing all over the floor.
That's good. That's what I like to hear, Mireille. So how about this, Mireille? Give us a call when this game goes final, would you please?
Sounds good.
All right, thank you very much. That's Mireille Fernandez. I hope you enjoy your homecoming with an update from Portage and Crown Point. All right, we're going to go from Crown Point to Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week, Chesterton at Valpo. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So we have about 7 minutes, 50 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter. Trojans are leading the Vikings 14-6. The last touchdown came from Gavea. I mean, he's been running the night, so might as well get him on the board for one. He was able to run that in from 23-yard line, just kind of punch that across the board. Drew Pasilio, number 84, kicked it in for his second extra point of the night, putting it 14-6 Trojans. Valpo's already had to punt it since they've gotten the ball back, and I believe it is third down for Trojans, about 3rd and 3. I expect a solid run from Gavea here, just putting them in first down territory. This really is starting the second half for sure is Trojans ball game. Gavea did. He punched it through, got the first down.
Man.
So they've been dominant this second half. I don't see that letting up, but, Vikings might have a little extra in the tank to pull it through.
Wow. You should have seen our eyes light up here on set when you heard it was 14, or that Chesterton had made it to 14 points. So, Russell, what is happening here? What does Valpo need to do to stem this?
Honestly, they need to get Perez's and Gavea's number a little bit better. Gavea's just running it straight down the throats. Defensive line just getting eaten up by Chesterton's O-line. Honestly, line size, to pair them up, I'd say Chesterton beats them by like an inch, but they're not that much bigger. They just have a lot more grit to their gristle tonight. So for Valpo to kind of close this one out with a win, they need to be able to cinch the middle a little bit better, fill in those gaps, try to stop things at the line of scrimmage rather than those 4 to 5 yard runs each time by Gavea. Offensively, I've seen Hosick throw the ball a little bit more this second half. Trojans defensive backs are doing a great job flying to the ball. But honestly, Hosick, if he can connect with one of those passes, I've seen him do it already this evening for some pretty formidable games. It'd be really cool to see him do that here more in this fourth quarter. I think that'd be their best bet, just to chip out as many yards as possible, get them down back into the end zone. I mean, they are a touchdown and a 2-point conversion from just having a 0-0 game to close out the fourth. So it's really anyone's game, but it is surprising to me that Chesterton's done this well, holding them to this few points, and just being a dominant force out on this field tonight.
Russell, is Thomas Berta, is he even playing?
Berta is playing for Valpo. I've seen him run it down the middle a couple times. Nothing really no huge outside breaks from him this evening. I've seen him do it before. It's just not really coming alive tonight. So Chesterton must have really paid attention during film throughout the week to really know what he's doing. Berta has put some yards on the board. Don't get me wrong. He's had quite a few first downs under his belt. But, with the Chesterton defense like they're playing tonight, there's no standout player for Valpo's offense.
All right, thank you much, Russell. You've got a fun one there. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is 14-6 Trojans over Vikings. 6 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you much. That was Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week, Chesterton at Valpo. All right, we're going to move on from that to our Game of the Week. Gary Graben with an update from Andrean and Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
I feel like every update is a similar tone tonight. The second half started with Hobart going 3 and out on their first possession. Andrean got the ball inside Hobart territory after the punt, but a Cale Slosser interception by Hobart stopped that Andrean drive. Hobart went 3 and out again. Andrean went 3 and out. And now Hobart has the ball on their own 30 with under 5.5 minutes to play here in the third quarter. It is still 7-0 Hobart over Andrean. And this Hobart defense is really confounding the Andrean offense. It is keeping Elish contained. They send the occasional blitz. They're getting sacks. Elish can't get out of the pocket, and he doesn't have time to throw. It's really confounding there. The Andrean defense is keeping them in the game here, but the offense, again, I believe, is looking for their first down since the first quarter.
Wow.
it's absolutely incredible to me that you see an offense like Andrean that has been tough over the last several years really be, I mean, I don't want to, use literally or figuratively, they're literally being shut out right now by their rival in Hobart. This is really incredible right now, the performance that these teams are putting on.
It is unusual. I mean, again, I can't remember the last time I had a game 7-0 as we near the end of the third quarter when the weather is perfect. You know, there's no weather reasons tonight. This is just two defenses that are really dominating the other team's offense. And in particular, Hobart has made the adjustment to keep Elish in the pocket, and it has changed the game so far for Hobart. Andrean is really struggling to come up with an answer.
Really, really wild stuff going on there, Gary. Wayne, do you have anything you wanted to ask him there?
I don't know. Seems like the defensive line is huge for Hobart.
It is. I will tell you, Jalen Williams, he is really playing great there in the middle. Nick Dozier, I mean, they're big, they're fast, and they know where to be. That first quarter they lost containment a few times, but they are playing very disciplined defense here. And again, there's just really not enough time. Jimmy Finley has been quiet tonight after the incredible Friday he had last week. And this Andrean offense, which had about 100 yards in the first quarter, I don't know if they have 20 yards since.
Wow. All right, Gary, one more time. What is that score and time update, please?
Again, 7-0 Hobart over Andrean. We are in the last 4 minutes here of the third quarter.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Gary, thank you much. Looking forward to hearing more from you from our Game of the Week.
Yes, sir.
All right, and with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
At Lakeshore Public Media, we believe the strength of a community is determined by the strength of partnerships. So we pursue meaningful and impactful local partnerships, working with region schools, nonprofits, and local businesses to tell the stories that matter most is at the core of our efforts. Your support helps us continue these collaborations. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give today and pledge to build LPM and strengthen our local ties.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy, heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. And now, the scoreboard update.
Well, we got phone lines, and we'll be getting into those in just a moment. But first, the game of the week. It is still 7-0 Hobart over Andrean in the third quarter of that one, thanks to an Alex Tatum to Aiden Leonard touchdown pass for 36 yards. River Forest is up 25-21 over the Griffith Panthers. Hanover Central is leading the Kankakee Valley Cougars 27-13, and we should be getting an update from Steve Schmidt on that one in just a few moments. And you just heard Russ Broadhacker with the update here. Chesterton leads at 14-6 over the Valpo Vikings in the Beef of the Week. Meanwhile, Crown Point's up 52-7 over the Portage Indians. That game at the half. Lake Central takes a 24-12 lead over LaPorte. Can Reddick on the keeper going 60 yards for Lake Central. Michigan City and Maryville. Maryville has a 14-12 lead. Jamin Harville scores a 35-yard touchdown run following a strip sack recovery for City. Westside versus Whiting. Westside's up 40-12 thanks to a Jashawn McLeod 32-yard fumble recovery for a touchdown. That is Westside's third defensive touchdown of the game tonight. Wayne, write that one down.
I am.
Wheeler's up 23-14 thanks to an Anthony Huron interception that he took it to the house at the end of the first half there over Boone Grove. Lowell's up 28-0 in the third quarter over Highland in that one. The Morton Governors lead 35-0 over the Calumet Warriors in the third quarter there. It is all Munster tonight, up 33-0 over the East Chicago Cardinals as Munster looks to get its first win of the season. Still no update for North Newton at West Central. No update either for Bowman at Lake Station. Last update we had here was Bishop Knoll up 49-0 at the half over the Calumet Christian. Culver Academy is up 34-31. Hammond Central is up 34-31 over Culver Academy in the third quarter of that one. Knox has gone final as they defeat the John Glenn Falcons 26-7. Knox moves to 3-2 on the season, 2-0 in conference play. John Glenn falls to 1-3 on the season, 0-2 in conference play. Well, it hasn't gone final, but I don't know how Culver Community is going to come back from this one. Last update we had was North Judson up 62-0 over Culver Community. Of course, North Judson, the number one in Class A in the state of Indiana, looking to move to 5-0 on the season. And Triton has gone final. They are victorious against the Winnemac Warriors 28-0. Triton moves to 4-1 on the season, 3-0 in conference play. Winnemac falls to 2-2 on the season and 1-2 in conference play. For Game Night, I'm Tom Maloney.
All right, thanks, Tom. Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We do have some phone callers in here right now. We've got Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover and KV. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, Hanover has now broken it open here in the fourth quarter. A couple of Caden Brett touchdowns has now made it a 34-13 ball game in a hurry here in the Valley with 2:27 to go.
How'd those come down, Steve?
The first one, he just broke through a couple tackles, a 30-yard score. The next drive, KV took over. Deep ball downfield from Arroyo to Adrian Utschmidt with the Cougars in the red zone. Had to go for it on fourth down. Arroyo went through the end zone again to Adrian Utschmidt. Ball was dropped. Then Hanover Central takes over on down. Couple runs by Tommy Bond to the quarterback, and then Caden Barrett downfield for the most recent score. Barrett then broke free for a 33-yard score.
Wow, so Hanover kind of they flipped the switch here and have taken a kind of a stranglehold on this game. How much time's left, Steve?
There is 2:27 to go here in the fourth quarter, so it's going to be difficult to come back here for the Cougars. But
wow,
overall they have played a really nice ball game today.
Verrett just woke up or what?
Yeah, these last two drives, I don't know. I don't necessarily think the KV defense has gotten tired. I think the offensive line has done a nice job these last couple of drives, finding some continuity here, opening up some running lanes for Verrett. And he's getting through those lanes, and I'll tell you what, guys, he is fast.
Yes. So, Steve, Tom Maloney in the stat desk has filled us in. Caden Verrett has 14 carries for 169 yards and 4 touchdowns today. So he's decided to kind of explode here in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, and then most of those yardages have basically come on 3 separate plays on the 3 rushing touchdowns, or 4 touchdowns, sorry. That's where the bulk of his yards have come. So he's definitely taking advantage of these openings that the offensive line's create for him.
All right, thank you much, Steve. One more time, what is the score and time update, please?
With 2:13 to go in the ball game, Hanover Central leads the Cougars 34-13.
All right, thank you much, Steve. Give us a call when that game goes final.
Will do.
All right, thank you much. That was Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover and KV. We're going to go from Kankakee Valley over to Lake Central with an update from Gary Schultz. Gary, with Gary covering LaPorte at Lake Central. Gary, what's up?
With 1:20 left in the third quarter, Lake Central has taken a 24-12 lead on a 60-yard run by Cameron Reddick. Quarterback took it around the end and was gone. LaPorte is really just kind of ground to a halt here. They've had 3 possessions in the third quarter, and they have a total, according to my stats, they have a total of 4 yards offense.
Oh, my goodness. So it seems like Lake Central's defense has decided to step up in the second half.
Yes, they have. They've really stopped LaPorte. Trying to see who LaPorte's quarterback is. They were going after the first series. They had been going with wide receiver Keegan Hinkle at quarterback. And I just noticed him on the sideline walking around holding his back. So now they have a new quarterback in there.
Wow, so they're kind of going through quarterbacks this game.
How many touchdowns does Reddick have for Lake Central?
I think he has 1.
1, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Gary. So how do you see the rest of this game going?
I really don't think LaPorte's going to have a chance to come back.
Yeah.
I think they're just, it's just going to be more Lake Central, I think.
Fair enough, Gary. It seems like Lake Central's kind of flexed their muscle and taken this game over. So one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Well, yeah, it's all Lake Central defense. LaPorte quarterback got the ball. He took a step back, and he went to throw the ball, quick pass. He got hit as soon as he released it. And they called it incomplete. It appeared Lake Central had intercepted it, but they called it incomplete.
So the score and time update, please, Gary.
Lake Central 24, LaPorte 12, 1 minute, 10 seconds left in the third quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this one moves on. All right, that's Gary Schultz there with an update from LaPorte and Lake Central. We're going to move on to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Maryville's really shot themselves in the foot here in the second half. Consecutive possessions where they fumbled the ball. The last time I talked to you guys, the very next play, Maryville had the ball at the 50-yard line, and running back fumbled it. Michigan City was able to recover and run it in. That pulled Michigan City within 14-6 at the time. And then the next possession, Maryville dropped back to pass, and the quarterback, when he went to throw it, the ball just slipped out of his hands, landed on the ground, and Michigan City recovered it right around the 30-yard line of Maryville. A couple plays later, they were able to run the ball in again. The extra point, though, they went for 2 as they pulled in 14-12, having missed the first extra point. They went for 2, and there was an incomplete pass. So that kept the Maryville lead 14-12. Right now, Maryville has the ball at midfield, but they're going to be punting the ball back to Michigan City. There's 3:36 to go here in the game, with Maryville clinging on to that 14-12 lead.
Wow. You've got a barn burner on your hands here, Dr. Reed. We've got full phone lines, but I want you to call back frequently because there's a lot of action coming on your side.
Yeah, we got Maryville just punting the ball away. There's 3:28 to go here in the fourth quarter. Maryville on top, 14-12, and Michigan City taking over on their own 22-yard line, guys. I'll talk to you here in just a couple minutes.
All right, thank you very much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville. All right, we're going to go from Maryville to Hobart with an update from Gary Grebin for our Game of the Week. Andrean at Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
Unbelievable. After a number of 3-and-outs here in this game, Andrean had Hobart pinned inside their own 10-yard line with a 3rd and long. A pseudo screen pass to Willie Shearer up the middle, who broke it to the outside, rambled about 70 yards, and then a couple plays later on a double handoff, first to Pickett and then to Aiden Cash. Cash runs it in from 15 yards out. Extra point good, making it 14-0 Hobart. By the way, just to let you know about Cash, he is 6'4", 225, and a sophomore. He's a load. 14-0 Hobart with 53 seconds left. But as I was on hold here for you in the last minute of this third quarter, a 72-yard touchdown pass for Andrean from Elish to Charlie Solar. Extra point good, 14-7. You guys better be ready to juggle a lot of games tonight.
It looks like we've got 3 going down to the wire, Gary, so we're going to have to let you go. But one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, it's 14-7, Hobart over Andrean. with just a few seconds left here in the third quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. That's Gary Graven with an update from Andran and Hobart. A wild finish for that one. And speaking of a wild finish, we're going to move on to Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week. Chesterton and Valpo. Russell, what's going on?
Middle for a gain. Guys, there's 19 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter. The score is tied 14-14. I think the last time we talked, I don't know if you believe in Beetlejuice, but Berta, and all of a sudden he scores it. He rushes it in probably about 10 yards. Then they line up for the 2-point conversion, and it was Berta again. So I guess he must have known that we weren't calling his name, and he wanted to change that real quick. So he put the game into a deadlock right now. 22 seconds left. That's what we were hearing in the background was the ref up the clock back up. I think right now there's a timeout called by Trojans. They currently have the ball. They're on their own 42. Interested to see what's going to happen. I have a feeling we're going to get some extra ball game tonight, but, who's to say whatever the Trojans can do.
You never know, Russell. We're going to hang out with you here for a little bit, it seems like.
Sounds good. Well, it's an honor. I know that I have the coach's corner here after the game, so I'm really pacing between both sidelines. I'm at the end of the end zone. I'm a little too close to a speaker, I'm sure, but, nothing wrong with a little bit of Beyonce or Rihanna, whoever we got right now.
If you say so.
The guys. Yeah, right. But so I'm bouncing around between either side because it's really anyone's game right now. Chesterton has been dominant in the second half, but right now Valpo's got some life. The defense is flying around a little bit more.
So, Russell, where's the ball at?
Timeout. Right now, Chesterton was able to run that up. They got a first down. I believe that puts them on the 47-yard line. 15 seconds left to go. They spike the ball, stopping the clock. That's going to give them a little bit more time to call out here a play with about 13 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter.
All right, Russell, if you're a former player, how do you handle this play right now? You've seen these teams playing. What do we do here if you're Chesterton?
If you're Chesterton, you don't really consider the fact that this is the last play of the drive or second to last play of the drive. You just got to think about the play that your coach just called, the play you guys heard in the huddle before you broke out, and focus on your assignment at hand. If you think about the game in its totality, the clock it off, you're going to get what I think we just got, which is a false start. They're getting excited. They're getting antsy. That's the number one thing you shouldn't be doing. No. You just need to, play the hard-nosed football that you know how to do, that you've been drilling throughout the entire week. I know that in practices, 2-minute drills are just bread and butter. A lot of times we finished our practices out doing that just to make sure that we still had something left in the tank even when we thought we were completely gassed. So being able to keep that composure, stick to your assignments, understand the play calls as they're called, and being able to execute, I think, for both sides of the ball, whether you're, Vikings just trying to stop an extra score here so you can at least cinch the time ahead we have it, or if you're, Chesterton, so you can actually get some points on the board, cinch the win, and then, end that 10-0 losing streak they currently have against Valpo. So I think, they're calling it right now. So false start offense, 5-yard penalty, puts the clock there back to 13 seconds, second down, 10 yards to go.
All right, so we're going to hang here at least for this final play or two of the half, and then we need to bust over to another caller. But paint us the picture right now. Where's the ball? What's the time? Where are we at?
So right now, Chesterton's lined up on the left hash. Perez is in shotgun. He's dropped back pass. Oh, he's decided to scramble. He's taking it up the yards. He's up the slide at the 20, gaining the first down. Clock is 5 seconds left to go. They're rushing up to the line. They have a first down. I expect him to spike it. But hold on, let's see. Looks like Chesterton's burning their final timeout, from what I can understand.
So where's the ball? On the 20-yard line?
Right now, the ball, they have yet to officially mark it. It looks like it is at Valparaiso's 20. Valparaiso's 33.
Valparaiso's 33. So you're kind of outside of field goal range for a high school kicker, but it's close.
Just a little bit. With 5 seconds left to go, That's the exact question that I'm sure coach is racking through his brain. Do we just trust it to the kicker? Hopefully send a prayer, it makes it through the uprights, or do you throw out some trickery? I mean, when you have Perez and the targets that he's had throughout the entire night, I'm sure you could come up with some kind of trickery to go through with it.
Yeah, I don't know. If you got a player that's got the leg, you got to try to take this kick.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Gavea has been a dominant runner. Perez is versatile in the air. He's versatile on the ground as well. I'm sure they have something, that they threw in on our pregame practices, Thursday night. They're just having some fun there out on the field. They're like, all right, 5 seconds left to go. You're going to catch the ball here in a bubble. You're going to flip it back to Perez. Then Perez, you're going to run clear across. You're going to flip it further downstream. You guys are just going to keep running flea flickers until hopefully we score. I mean, that's why I'm not running programs, right? So
yeah, that's why you're talking about it, not running them.
Exactly. Perez drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, rolls out to the right. He's chased by about 3 defenders. He throws on the run. It's a deep ball to Wish, and it's blocked. There goes the clock. So 14-14 right now here in regulation. Fourth quarter just ended.
All right, Russell, we're going to let you go, but give us a call back when that overtime period starts.
Gotcha, guys.
All right, Russell Brodhecker with our Beef of the Week. He's going into overtime. We're going to go ahead and move on. We have full phone lines right now, full phone lines. We're going to move on to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, so Michigan City took over on their own 22-yard line with about 3.5 minutes to go in the game, trailing by 2, 14-12. And what I thought was kind of a strange choice, they decided to run the ball 3 consecutive times for a total of -3 yards, taking 2 minutes off of that 3.5-minute clock. So with 1.5 minutes to go, they facing a 4th and 13. They do complete a pass, but it was only for 12 yards. So Maryville took over on downs. They've taken a knee a couple times here. Michigan City stopped the clock twice with their 2 timeouts, but they're not going to be able to stop it going forward. It's going to be a final score, 14-12. Maryville victorious tonight over Michigan City.
Whew. Have you caught your breath here, Dr. Reed?
Yeah, it got real close at the end, especially when it looked like with Maryville having the 2-score lead fairly comfortably. At halftime at the break, had 14-0. Michigan City, give them credit. They played very tough, played a very good second half, won the second half, but Maryville had a big enough lead to be able to hang on. 14-12 tonight, Maryville over Michigan City.
All right, Dr. Reed, we appreciate everything you do for us. Looking forward to hearing more from you in the next couple weeks.
Well, that sounds good, guys. Maybe, how about in about 10, 15 minutes? How about I stop by the studio and I'll stop in and talk about tonight's game a little bit more.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing that. Come on by, Dr. Reed.
All right, sounds good, guys. See you in a little bit.
All right, thank you much. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Michigan City and Maryville. All right,
that's
very
fantastic.
Cool. Yeah, we'll take that for sure. All right, we'll move on to Steve Schmidt with an update from Hanover and KV. Steve, what's going on?
Hey guys, we have gone final in the Valley tonight. Hanover Central is a winner over KV, 34-20. KV scored with under a minute to go. Diego Arroyo, a 37-yard touchdown pass to Jason Parker. KV tried to do an onside kick, but Hanover recovered and just sealed out the rest of the clock. So that's where we're at tonight, 34-20. Hanover Central the winner.
So, Steve, it was a close game up until the last couple minutes. What was the difference of this game?
I think, honestly, it's more or less a winning tradition for Hanover kind of stepped up tonight. We know last couple seasons they've been one of the best teams in the region, a dominant team in the region. I think when times got tough, they really showed why they're one of the best teams in the region. They were just able to just kind of grit their teeth and take home a gritty W tonight.
Yeah, fair enough, Steve. And if you're Kankakee Valley, even though you're on the losing end, what do you take away from this game?
Well, definitely the score is closer than what the scoreboard indicates. So they have to go. I thought that they have to have their heads held high walking out tonight. They really showed a lot of promise offensively in that second half. Connecting on a touchdown pass there at the very end, which is something that they struggled a little bit with early on in the season. And they were able to find the running game, which they haven't been able to find the last couple of weeks. Marco Castro was running all over the place in that second half. So I think offensively they're starting to show a little bit of promise now. Defensively, they've been sound for the most part of the season. Late in games when the defense is on the field for a while, they start to get a little bit tired. But overall, I mean, they're starting to form into a pretty solid football team here.
All right, Steve, one more time. What was that final?
Final score, Hanover Central 34, Kankakee Valley 20.
All right, thank you much. I appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and move on from Kankakee Valley. We're gonna move on to Gary Graben with our game of the week. We've got Andrean and Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
Well, I think I have a little whiplash from what just happened here, because after Andrean finally scored on that pass from Ellis to Stolars, Hobart went 3 and out, punted the ball. Andrean started on their 47. The very first play, Ellis to Mark Grubbs, 53 yards for a touchdown. Ooh. Extra point good. It is 14-14. So in 2 plays, Ellis has 125 yards passing.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Incredible.
This game is all over the place. We're going to have to see what comes down the stretch here. Again, you get the feeling here that one of these defenses is going to make a play that's going to change this game.
Sure.
But right now it is 14-14 with 9:30 to go here in the fourth quarter.
So to paint this picture right now, we have our game of the week, 14-14, maybe heading into overtime. Easy
there.
Hey, we're it's a little early, but it could be happening. But our beef of the week currently is in overtime, and we have a lot of games coming down to the wire here. So Gary, we're going to be hearing more from you as this game goes on. What do you have to add before we let you move on?
Well, again, remember, this game we still have a lot of time left. So
that's true.
There's still a lot of chance for ebbs and flows here before we get to the end of regulation. So luckily they'll space out here, and you guys will get to get this incredible Chesterton-Valpo game to the finish.
My goodness, absolutely. So, all right, Gary, one more time, what is that scoring time up to?
Again, we're tied. It is Hobart 14, Andrean 14 with about 9 minutes left here in the ball game.
All right, thank you much, Gary. We appreciate it. All right, that was Gary Graben with an update from our game of the week, 14-14 tie, Andrean at Hobart. We're going to go ahead and go real quick to Jason Hill, who's got a final from Munster. Jason, what's going on?
Hey guys, just a quick final here. 47-0. The Mustangs get their first win of the season over the East Chicago Central Cardinals. Just a quick recap for you. I know you got some things to get to. Sam Sudak for the Mustangs, 2 touchdowns on the night. Quarterback Daniel Schaffberger, 2 touchdowns on the night for the Mustangs as they win on homecoming. Really quick before I let you go, just a shout out to that East Chicago Central running back, linebacker, Mr. Do-It-All. All they had, Darian Morris for the Cardinals, had a heck of a game. Athletic back, didn't come off the field. I mean, just a heck of a football player. It was a pleasure to watch him, even though that Cardinal offense didn't finish tonight. Just a heck of a football player out there. But final here from Munster, 47-0, Munster over East Chicago.
All right, thank you much, Jason. We appreciate the updates. That was Jason Hill with an update from East Chicago Central falling to Munster this evening. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Lakeshore Public Media fosters civic engagement by hosting local debates, reporting on town hall meetings, and providing election coverage. giving you the information you need to stay involved. By pledging right now, you're building LPM and helping us continue to provide a platform for vital community conversations, strengthening civic ties across Northwest Indiana. Pledge to build LPM by visiting lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. And thank you for your support.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We're going to go right back to the action. We've got an update from Russell Broadhacker on our beef of the week, Chesterton and Valpo in overtime. Russell, what's going on?
Awesome, thank you.
Russell, you there?
Yeah, Coach. So right now we're on the last down here. Valpo's got the ball. Chesterton was able to score it off their second play in overtime, putting the score 21-14. Oh my God, Hosick just hit him in the numbers. Putting the score right now 20-21. Trojans are still up. I did not see who he connected with right there, so give me a moment on that. But the stadium, as you guys probably hear in the background, is just getting absolutely electric. It's just a back-and-forth game. Definitely a beef of the week, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like you've got a pretty exciting game here. Extra point pending, right, Russ?
Extra point pending. We'll take a second here. Chesterton was able to score off that second drive. Again, that was Andrew Govia. He ran that out on the left side of the numbers. It was a race to the pylon from probably about the 8-yard line. So how overtime works in high school, there is no game clock. They just get 4 chances from the 10-yard line to score. Valpo won the toss. They elected to go on defense first, giving Chesterton the ball or the first chance to get the score. They did it off their second play. They then gave Valpo the opportunity to punch one back. And as you guys heard, they scored. Still no announcement on as far as who scored that one. But right now, Valpo is lining up for a 2-point conversion. So this is all or nothing. Either they cinch this for the win or miss it, walk away with Chesterton as the dub.
A little play-by-play, Russ.
Right now, Hosick hands the ball. It's a little flea flicker action. Passes the ball. Oh, Hosick scores it off the flea flicker, I believe. That was passed by number 14, Austin McKenzie. So how that just went down. Hosick hands the ball to Berta. Berta hands the ball off to McKenzie. McKenzie drops back to pass. I'm sorry. Hooks up with Hosick. They're in the end zone. Dives for the touchdown. The final score is 22-21. Vikings over Trojans, making it an 11-0. Winning streak. Valpo over Chesterton.
Oh my goodness, Russell! Wow. That is an incredible victory for the Valparaiso Vikings. A little bit of a gutsy play call at the end, and Valpo has not been afraid of these gutsy play calls over their history. Russ, what is just your feel? What is your thoughts of this game? You saw a doozy today.
I did. Both programs should be so proud of themselves. I saw Chesterton's only other loss. This puts them now at 3-2. Their only other loss was against City. From the game that I saw them play then to the game that I saw them play tonight, I mean, this program is growing. It's really showing them maturing, both offensively and defensively. It was a hell of a bout as far as Chesterton's going. Valpo never stayed out of the game. There was definitely a time where I thought they were getting lulled to sleep, especially there in the third quarter. But the minute that they were able to cross that end zone for a score, it just felt like they put ethanol straight into that gas tank. They were able just to find a new fire and keep that ball rolling. I think that Berta scoring that touchdown, then 2-point conversion, and then being able to do that again when everything's on the wire in overtime just speaks volumes to the kind of program they're running here. There's plenty of grit to their gristle. I know I was giving that chop to the Trojans earlier, but obviously Valpo's still got some bark in their bite. So both programs should be obscenely proud of what they've accomplished tonight. A 22-21 game is just a real bout in the DAC. So it was a great time for me.
My goodness.
I'm going to be looking for the coach now so you guys can get a few words with him.
All right, sounds good. All right, Russ, we'll let you go here. Give us a call back when you get a coach. That's Russell Broadhacker with a doozy, an overtime victory. Chesterton falls to Valparaiso 22-21 in the beef of the week. We're going to go from our beef of the week to the game of the week. We're going to go with Gary Graven with an update from Andrean and Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
After Andrean had a possession where they went 3 and out, Hobart had the ball on their own 22, but a bad snap sailed over the quarterback's head. The scramble had it loose in the end zone, and Vinny Zupam, the freshman from Andrean, recovered for an Andrean touchdown. The extra point was good, so Andrean has their first lead of the night, 21-14 over Hobart with 5:47 to go.
Incredible play. And you know what? I have to give props to our production crew. They just played the replay as you were explaining what had happened. That was being replayed there on the Jed TV spotlight. So for those of us who were watching the game, we got a perfect view of that. What an completely disastrous play for Hobart right there.
You know, again, this game has the team that loses here tonight is going to be able to look at a lot of things that went wrong. But right now, the momentum has been seized back by Andrean after really losing it in the second and third quarters. And now they have yet another touchdown here without having to work much for it here. Vinny Zupam, the freshman. I should note that Andrean plays 4 or 5 freshmen here starting. So this is not unusual. Zupon actually is on the list of one of the leaders of tackles here in Northwest Indiana, but he got the big recovery for the touchdown to put the 59ers ahead, 21-14.
Wow, Gary, that's incredible. Hopefully we can get some updates from you as we go along throughout the night. We are running out of time, as you're well aware, but one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, 21-14, Andrean over Hobart, 5:47 to go in this game. I'll be calling back in. I know you guys have Coach Marshall coming probably right now, which will be a great interview. I'll be calling right back in.
All right, thank you much, Gary. Appreciate that.
We'll see you.
Sounds good. Yeah, we should be getting Coach Marshall here shortly. I'm just waiting for the thumbs up from our technical crew and put us in position to win with that. But Coach, we have seen some incredible endings to some football games today.
I just couldn't believe Velpo. That's a gutsy call. Now, like they say, when you're at home,
right,
you take the chance, I guess.
Well, maybe.
But I don't know.
So here's the thing. If you remember, and some of our more eagle-eyed listeners and viewers will remember this, Valpo tried to run this same play against Michigan City in the regional. I believe it was a regional. Or was it the sectional 3-4 years ago? And it didn't work, and they fumbled it, and it ended up being recovered and ended the game, and that ended their season. So it takes a lot of guts for them to go back to that wishing well and be able to, capitalize on that circumstance. This game is very interesting to me. So we had mentioned earlier, hey, is Chesterton legit? Well, I don't know. They went and they lost to Michigan City, but you know what? They brought Valparaiso to overtime. And this is not a circumstance where you hang your head if you're Chesterton. My goodness, it doesn't matter if you've lost 11 times in a row here. That hurts. But the circumstance here is Chesterton showed a lot of heart, a lot of grit, and man, I would hold your head high even if Valpo's holding their head a little bit higher.
Oh, I totally agree. And then how about the Michigan City Maryville? What a game that was, 14-12. Maryville's able to pull one out there.
That's incredible. Michigan City came back furiously in the second half. I double checking with my technical group here, sending them a message. We may have Coach Skinner. Looking for confirmation from my folks there. But yeah, an incredible, and I'm not sure what that message means to from our technical group. So we'll just continue to, work on our show here. Michigan City battling really toughly to come back from a 2-score halftime deficit. That is a really, really tough position to be in, but they made a game of it, and they had the ball with just a few minutes to go and the potential to win the game. All right, speaking of the coach, I believe we have Coach Skinner here, Valparaiso coach. Coach, how are you today?
Ben, I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing well. I'm so glad that that you had the opportunity to join us. Congratulations on a really hard, tough-earned victory against your rivals.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, credit where credit is due to a great Chesterton team, a great Chesterton staff, and it's what all rivalries are made of. Last second, overtime, have to make a play to win the game. I mean, you can't write it up better than that.
Coach Marshall, that takes a lot of I've coached. I know those last-minute games. It could go either way, but it takes a lot of guts, for a coach to be so confident in his kids that he tries for the win at home. That is a great, great situation.
No, I appreciate it. I'll give you the inside scoop. I called that timeout on purpose, and I surveyed our 11 guys that were out there. And I told them at halftime, because we were obviously down and we weren't playing our best, I said, the yelling's over, the hard coaching's over. We're going to put it on our seniors and our starters to determine the outcome of this game. And I did the same thing when I took that timeout. And I had 11 voices in unison said, let's go win it.
Fantastic.
Wow.
That is
Coach.
Fantastic.
So, that's the type of one heartbeat that you want from a team. So this call, we've heard a series, the explanations, it was kind of a trick play. Can you walk us through that play call?
I will give credit where credit is due. It was the Philly special.
Oh, you ran the Philly special. Okay.
We ran the Philly special. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, it was successful here. And, what does it mean for your program to be down here in this game, to fight back and to win, against a tough rival like Chesterton?
Yeah, our conversation on Thursday night of last week before we played City was about being gritty, tough, resilient, as you said, one heartbeat, and these guys keep proving it. If you go all the way back to being able to go ahead and possibly win the game against Penn, being one play away, to playing Andrean, having to battle back from a huge deficit to overcome and win 28-21. And then, you look at the Michigan City game where it could have come down to the wire, where they had to kick an onside kick to potentially get the ball back and win the game. This team keeps finding a way to win. They have the will to win. And I'm looking forward to the journey with them as they keep getting closer and closer. And that brotherhood that we always speak of here keeps getting stronger.
All right, Coach, I wanted to just say congratulations. Is there anything else you want to add before we let you go celebrate with your team?
No, I'm just proud of our kids, and that's it. Proud of the kids. As I look on the field right now, I'm proud of the support systems that they have in their families and their parents. Proud of our staff for obviously not giving up, not that we ever would, but there are other staffs, I'm sure, that would look at a monumental effort and be like, well, there's always next week, and that's not our mentality. All
right, Coach, congratulations on a hard-fought victory, and congratulations. You're going to enjoy your post-game meal tonight, and thank you for giving us a moment of your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate the time.
All right, that was Coach Marshall, victorious, the Valparaiso head coach over Chesterton, 22-21 in overtime in T-Dub's house, the Tommy Williams Coach's Corner. Beautiful victory, and one of the best and classiest coaches in Northwest Indiana.
Yeah.
All right, we still are in some of this action here. We got Mireille Fernandez with an update from Portage and Crown Point. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, after halftime, Crown Point decided it'd probably be best to take out our starters because they were up by a lot of points, and they just finished the game with a final score of 58-20. 13 of those points coming from against Crown Point's JV team. So, yeah, but JV offense for Crown Point did score a touchdown on the Friday Night Live, something they haven't done at all season.
Not all season, huh?
Yep, correct.
All right. It's kind of amazing to me that we've had such a dominant performance here, from Crown Point, but also, Portage having a tough go at it against Crown Point. It seems that, maybe it could have been a little bit closer, but Crown Point is just that good.
Exactly. You got guys like Jacob Soley, Trevor Gibbs, Lucas Domborski, Larry Ellison. The biggest takeaway of this game was not how dominant Crown Point was, because we were expecting a win from them against Portage anyways. but Noah Ehrlich did go to the 10 at the end of the game in street clothes. He's been out since halftime, but the fact that he's finishing the game and, you know, he ends up in the 10th, it's a little bit concerning. I'm sure it's something serious. He's only in there for 10 minutes or so, but it most likely it was a checkup. I don't want to assume anything. Right. Hopefully it was a checkup, but the fact of the matter is he was in there, and that's fault of the offensive line allowing him to get hit a couple times a game, which is something he hasn't experienced much this season.
Right. Well, football is a tough sport. It is a contact sport. Let's hope it was just precautionary that Ehrlich was banged up a little bit, and we'll see next week. Well, thank you, Mireille. We appreciate it. One more time, what was that final?
58-20, Crown Point beats Portage.
All right, thank you very much, Mireille. That was Mireille Fernandez with an update from Portage and Crown Point. And we do have a special guest here on site. We are going to go to him shortly, but first, we've got Gary Graben with an update from our Game of the Week, Andrean and Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
Well, the timing is perfect. Pickett from 4 yards, touchdown for Hobart. They are now down 1. Let's see if they go for 2. They have been dominating this Andrean line on this whole drive. It was mostly Willie Shearer, and he got a little dinged up on the play before, and they put in Pickett again to run in for the touchdown. We'll see what's going to happen here.
Andrew is giving.
They're going to kick it, by the way. They're going to kick.
Okay. I'm not sure why Andrew was giving me finger signs here. The type of information that I don't know. But
at first, I thought they were going under center. My bad.
Okay. It was good, and we are tied at 21. So this incredible game is not over yet. 42 seconds to play, as Hobart has responded to the Andrean barrage with a drive where they really did manhandle this Andrean defensive line. Great push off the line. Shear is running incredibly. You know, he didn't play much in the first half, but he has asserted himself in the second half here. We hope he's okay, because obviously he's been dealing with some issues. But it didn't matter because Pickett was able to punch it in. We are tied here in the final minute of this game.
44 seconds left to play. We are tied at 21 to 21, and we've actually given Dr. Reed Amons the headset here to join us here. So you've got a whole bunch of people here. Only Dr. Reed and I can hear you. Wayne's giving you the.
Yeah, Wayne never hears me. That's the problem.
That is true. So welcome, Dr. Reed. We have had an exciting night, and you are part of that as well. We've had 3 games go down to the wire, and it looks like Gary Graben is going to have another one here. Gary, where do you see this game going?
Well, it's interesting. With the 42 seconds left, they do have timeouts. We'll see what happens on the kickoff here, because I don't know that they want to be too risky. Their field, traditionally Andrean has had some good kickers. This guy is solid, but not from distance. So they would have to get pretty far to attempt a field goal. I think this kickoff that we're about to see is really going to decide what Andrean does here in the final second.
Yeah, there's been a lot of special teams plays throughout the year that has definitely seen a lot of kick returns, a lot of punt returns, different things that have been huge plays on special teams. It wouldn't be this would be as big as it gets if they were to have a strong return on this kickoff.
Well, we do have a return. It's Finley as he moves up the middle, out to the left side. He is along the sideline. He is near the 40. He was pushed out. I looked like maybe the 38.
Wow.
So this may mean that we're going to see the ball in the air here since they're up near the 40.
All right, so paint the picture for us here as we're going to do a little play-by-play here. I know we've got Gary Schultz on the line, but I think we're going to have to let Gary Schultz go. If we could, Kyle, let Gary know that we're going to let him go and thank him for his time here tonight. We appreciate everything he does for us here at the Lakeshore. So Gary Graben, if you could please let us know what's going on here.
Actually, Finley did go out closer to the 30 than to the 40. So they're in the shotgun here. Elish is in the shotgun waiting for the snap. He gets it. He's looking to throw. He throws to the sideline, and it's a first down. It's a first down up at the 45-yard line.
Hey, Gary, this is Reed Amons. How many timeouts really for either team are there? And Did he go out of bounds, or was
he did go out of bounds? And Andrean has their full allotment yet here, so they can do stuff in the middle of the field if they need to.
Very interesting, Gary. So, how many yards did they gain on that first down?
About 15. So they are up at the 44, their own 44-yard line.
Okay, their own 44, so they're on the opposite side going in.
Again, in the shotgun here, Ellis, 2 to the right, 1 to the left, 1 in the backfield, and a tight end in a wing position. He's back to pass again. Throws to the sideline low. Is it or isn't it? Yep, it's caught, but Finley made that catch there, not only for a gain of about 6.
I presume stayed in bounds?
Yeah, he did. I believe Andrean took a timeout here.
Okay. So, Dr. Reed, go ahead, Gary.
No, I was just going to say a little bit of confusion here on what the call is.
Sure. You know how I am with officials. I tend to give them a hard time. So, a little confusion is par for the course, but at least they need to get the call right. That's what's really important in crunch time here.
It sure is. Obviously, and this has been a hard-fought game, well-officiated, veteran crew. But, again, everybody, including the officials, needs to be sharp here in this time of the game.
So, Dr. Reed, you've watched a lot of football here in Northwest Indiana. What do you do if you're calling the offense here on this drive?
Really, so I actually played some college football, and the head coach, Nick Marikas, down at DePaul University, always said that the best drives always start with a screen pass.
Okay.
And so really, because that screen pass, what that does is it slows down the defensive line.
Right.
Slows down that pass rush. If you can kind of set the tempo, early, certainly maybe you don't want to do that up next to the goal line. But here at midfield, I like the screen pass, especially with timeouts. You can stop the clock. It's a pretty secure pass typically. You get some positive yardage. You slow down that defensive rush. And if you need to use a timeout, you can. Or you can get right up to the line of scrimmage and run a play without huddling. You can do that pretty quickly and pretty efficiently. Most 2-minute offenses in high school, college will have multiple screen passes included in those. So that's what I like here at the kind of in the middle of the field. Get the ball maybe down to the 35, 40-yard line, and then you can start to take your shots to the end zone.
I completely agree with you. You've absolutely took the words right out of my mouth. So, Gary, we're going to have to say Dr. Reed is always right. Just, he's going to
We are?
We're going to consider it, at least.
I believe Andrean came out on the field with too many men in the huddle.
Oh, no.
And I believe they are getting 5 marked off against them.
That is
so it's going to be back on their own 44-yard line. And this is back to a 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10.
Okay.
Again, 3 wide receivers this time to the right. Ellis, it looks like he wants to run the ball, and he's not going very far here. He is spun down at near midfield. Second timeout used by Andrean. Not sure. It looked like it was a designed run, but did not really do much for the 59ers.
So how much time is left, Gary?
We are now down inside of 12 seconds. We're at 11 seconds.
All right. So, Gary, you've watched this game. Does this quarterback have an arm to get it to the end zone?
He does. Will he have the time is the question tonight, because there has really been so much pressure put on Ellis tonight that he has not been able to sit back and pick apart like he did last week, that the pressure just has been there. We'll see if Hobart comes in a little more prevent defense, but again, I think you want to put some pressure on him. Obviously, you need to double cover Finley, though. You can't leave him on a one-on-one situation here.
So at the high school level, what I like is something underneath and allow some garbage and some traffic to happen in a play like this. Very few quarterbacks are going to be able to put the ball 60, 65, 70 yards in the air. 70 yards would be throwing it out of the back of the end zone at this point. But to get that ball, there's always that play call in coach's repertoire to say, hey, we're going to find that seam route. Like you said, maybe a screen pass, something to kind of get the defense on their heels. This could be a very interesting play call because you got 1, maybe 2 plays to go in the game.
Actually, there was a Bricky player down, so Andrean's going to get this second timeout back, I think.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. I hope everybody.
But I don't think it changes what you just said, that they need to get something ahead of the sticks here. And then, again, they probably, to have a realistic field goal, have to get at least to the 20 to have a shot here.
Yeah, they've had...
Again, I think the key here, obviously, to remember for Andrean is just not to lose the game here. The worst that can happen is overtime.
Right. And we don't want a catastrophic failure for Andrean, right?
Correct. So I think that's why we haven't seen it aired out just yet.
Fair enough. And if you're down to one final play, maybe you take that risk and you go from that point.
We have a false start on Andrean. They are headed the wrong way here.
That's not good when you need positive yardage with a few seconds left in the game. So Gary, the ball's now down to the 50?
No, it's inside Andrean territory.
It is. Okay.
It's at their own 42.
Okay, so they're moving in the wrong direction.
They're probably 13 yards, third and 12 officially on the board.
Okay, fair enough.
Long, he's gearing up. He's throwing long here. It's intercepted.
Oh.
Miller is returning the ball. He's into Andrean territory, and he is tackled deep. We'll see where he went out of bounds here. The ball was kind of a floating ball, almost like a punt came down in his arms in the middle of the field. He was able to miss a few defenders, go to the left toward the sideline, and then get pushed out there. But this, again, is going to, we'll see, and Hobart does have a good field goal kicker. They have the great Bill Manilopoulos as their kicking coach there, and he always produces good kickers for Hobart. So we're going to see what happens here with the Brickies. There's a little bit of a but I was so distracted. Time's out. We're going overtime. Time's out, man.
Well, that was an exciting play to end regulation. So, Gary, while they're gearing up for overtime here, like you kind of scoffed at us earlier, we're always glad when Gary Graven has the overtime game. You've got Dr. Reed Amons here on site, so do you have any questions for him today?
I may have to talk a little older because he's a little louder. I'm sorry, because he's about to turn a little older. He's turning AARP age. I won't say any more than that.
Yeah. Thanks, Gary. I have a couple.
I'm sorry. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I have a couple days left here in my 40s, but the Big 5-0's coming right around the corner here. You guys have a great game tonight. We had a great game over in Maryville. I don't know if you heard. It was a 14-12 final. Michigan City had the ball with about 3.5 minutes to go, deep in their own end side of the field. But Maryville's defense was able to make a great stop there towards the end and run the clock out. But really, the Duneland is really shaping up here as super competitive when you're looking at Valparaiso and the Chesterton game tonight, Michigan City and Maryville tonight, and even Lake Central, LaPorte was very, very competitive tonight. So really some really great games in Northwest Indiana. Certainly the game you're at tonight, Gary, as well. And what a great night for some high school football.
While we're waiting here for the coin toss, the Maryville offense with only 14 points. What's going on there, Reed?
Say that again, Gary.
The Maryville offense with only 14 points.
Yeah. Why did the Maryville offense?
What's not right with that Maryville offense?
What wasn't working right with that offense?
So tonight, both sides were really a lot of a heavy run. So that really kept the clock running quite a bit tonight. You had both squads able to control the clock, which really minimized the number of plays. Maryville did get out to the fairly good-sized lead at halftime, 14-0. It's just in the second half they weren't able to punch it in. They did have 2 turnovers in the second half, a couple fumbles. They had a third fumble that they did not lose, but they lost 2 fumbles and also gave Michigan City really good field position. Maryville was able to take advantage of a turnover by Michigan City on a muff punt in the first half, so that didn't produce a lot of offense, but it did produce a touchdown. So I think it's a combination of a couple things. One was that both teams were run heavy, which limited the number of plays, and then just really being able to not be effective through the air, really, for either squad tonight.
I would also ask, they've been at or near the top of 5A most of the season, but what do you think needs to happen for this team as they head toward October and November to really be a serious threat to get to the Dome?
Yeah. So really a couple things. One is they do have to limit penalties and turnovers, and I think you could say that about any high school football team in the state of Indiana. There are very few teams who can turn the ball over and have a lot of penalties and still play, still advance and play well. So certainly they need to do that. They do have a lot of offensive weapons. They have 2 really good running backs, some wide receivers that can make big plays as well. But to be honest, their defense has been tremendous this year. A couple shutouts to start the season. A couple games here like tonight where they only give up 12 points to Michigan City. So their defense and their run defense has been really good. So they do need to continue that as well. And most of the bigger plays this season have been passing plays against this Maryville Pirate defense. So they need to continue that.
I know you keep an eye out on really the state-wide 5A format here. We know, in the regional they could face Valpo or a few other teams there, but who else in the north is a threat for Maryville before they could get to Indianapolis?
The big one right now is Concord. I did see that they were trailing tonight against Warsaw 21-7 fairly late in that game. Warsaw is tremendous. They're 6A. They're a very good competitive 6A team. So, nothing to scoff at there. But Concord is certainly a big competitor kind of over there in the northeast South Bend area as well. And then, like you mentioned, Maryville, Valparaiso are probably, at least on the Sagarin ratings, some of the most competitive teams in our area.
So I'm going to have to interrupt you folks here. We are going to have bonus game night here tonight. We are going to run over because this is our game of the week. So we've got a lot of excitement going on. But while we're at it, we have to pause for just one moment for a station identification.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
All right, now that we have properly identified ourselves, we're back at it. Gary, what's going on with your game? Our game of the week, Andrean at Hobart.
Again, we're still waiting for the teams to come out here. Apparently, they don't care about the overtime being paid at the Lakeshore.
Well, fair enough. So I didn't mean to derail your conversation, but we do have to identify ourselves at the top of the hour. So we were talking about Concord being a risk to Maryville in their march down state.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with the program itself, other than here very recently they have had a lot of success. I believe they are still undefeated this football season. Again, up until tonight, they've played Warsaw. I don't know, I didn't get the final score there, but yeah, certainly very competitive. Maybe known as a basketball school, and a little bit more. Sean Kemp and some of those guys.
Right. Yeah.
They had some really dominant teams there in the '90s, especially.
We just had our first play here. It was an Ellis pass over the middle that went incomplete. It'll be second down for Andrean. And again, just a reminder, we don't have a lot of overtime games. Each team will get the ball on the 10-yard line here, as opposed to the college rules with the 25. In high school, it's on the 10. So it's second and goal from the 10 now for Andrean.
Yeah, Gary, you said they opened up with a pass coming out of here for overtime. Has it been a little bit more of a passing game tonight, or a little bit more on the ground? Or were you a little surprised by a pass on the first play?
No, Andrean has been struggling to run the ball really all season. So I think here with everything on the line, we're going to see the ball in the air, or I think we're going to see an Ellis scramble. And here on this second down play, he is going to keep the ball. He weaves to the left but goes nowhere, and he may have fumbled. There's a scramble. We got to unpile it here. We have to see what happened here. It was a play where he went up the middle and just moved a little bit to the left tackle, and it is Hobart's ball.
Oh, my goodness.
So now Hobart is going to go down to the other end on the 10. We think it's Hobart's ball. Again, there's still a little... No, they're going to leave it with Andrean. The Hobart team celebrated after they unpiled, but it is still Andrean's ball.
Oh my goodness! So this is incredible. So for those of you who are watching on WJ or watching on JED TV or listening on WJOB, we have the feed here. We are simulcasting Gary and this game. This game is incredible. It's coming right down to the wire.
It sure is. Now we face a third down play here. Ellis again is in the shotgun. He is back to pass, thrown to the left corner. He lobs it, overthrows his receiver. So it is now fourth down for the 59ers. Interesting choice here the way Hobart was pounding the ball on that last drive, you wonder if a field goal would be good enough.
Yeah, you'd be interested, but also you can't have nothing. You need to score points, and nine. I think the ball's on the 9-yard line. That's a lot to ask for one play.
They are going to try the field goal, or at least line up for the field goal, at about the 15 or 16-yard line, so it's a 25-yard attempt from the left hash.
Ooh, it's that left hash from a right-footed kicker.
Little angle, yep. Snap, hold good, kick up, and it's good. So Andrean moves ahead on their first possession here in overtime, 24-21. Now it's Hobart's chance, and I would expect this to be a lot of running from the Brickies.
So, Gary, as this game has progressed, has Hobart's line been able to take care of business? Has it really been a kind of slugfest there in the trenches?
Really, it was that last drive where that Hobart line really asserted themselves, pushing that Andreana line around. And then Willie Shear was a man on a mission. We'll see what happens here. Again, that whether teams are getting a little bit tired here. Again, there was a little bit of warmth when the evening started. We'll see what happens here. Hobart is out on the field ready to go. Andrean just coming out.
Hey, Gary, I don't know if you caught the very end of the Valparaiso-Chesterton game, but Valparaiso was able to pull out the victory by scoring a 2-point conversion by running Philly special.
Oh, really?
Yes. After having scored a touchdown, they convert the 2-point conversion. Has Hobart either set themselves up for any kind of maybe a trick play or some sort of, maybe a reverse or something like that tonight, where they might be able to maybe catch Andrean over pursuing or something like that? Where they
have had success tonight, Reed, on running a double handoff play twice, once for a touchdown. So that play has worked twice. Again, I don't think we're going to see too crazy here from Hobart because they are able to really muscle things out. They get 5 yards here on the first play from scrimmage. So we're going to have – I just don't expect them to take any chances. They would fully expect that the worst here again, they're going to get a field goal. So I don't think they're going to take too many chances. The power game is probably where it's at for Hobart here to finish this game off.
We're looking at the live feed here from Jed TV, and it appears that the Hobart sideline is extremely excited. This is about as exciting as it gets for a high school football game.
Well, a big crowd, homecoming night, and again, this is a rival. This is a team that, we talk about all the rivalries in Northwest Indiana. And some weeks when we talk about what should be the beef of the week, well, there's a lot of games that could be the beef of the week. We know Chesterton-Valpo it doesn't matter if it's golf, tennis, or anything else. It's a rivalry. But these teams in football have played so many meaningful games over the years that this means something. And again, they're not that far apart, about 5 miles apart. We get a pass play here, incomplete. He was open in the flat, but it is incomplete. So now it will be 3rd down and goal from the 5 for the Brickies. They need 3 to tie. A touchdown would win the game for them.
It all comes down to this, Gary.
Yeah, and Gary, I think I like the double handoff play that you were talking about before right here, or maybe even some sort of misdirection to try to, because you do need the 5 yards for the touchdown score and the victory. You don't have anything to lose at this point.
Right.
You might as well give it a shot. So why don't you go ahead and take us home on this one?
Okay, here we go. In the pistol, a handoff to Shear. The bulldozer goes, and it is touchdown, Hobart. The Hobart Brickies have come back to win this game.
Wow.
Really, Willie Shear, an incredible second half here. You'll see on the play if you haven't seen it already.
We're just seeing it
bulldozing guys to get in. Very impressive for the Brickies, and just too much muscle, too much size, too much Bricky football here in the end for the 59ers tonight.
All right, Gary, what do you think was the key here? This was an exceptionally exciting game, and we are in overtime for both your game and the show. What was the final, the real story of this game to kind of end the night?
Again, I would say each team had chances to put this game away earlier in the night, but in the end, it was the physicality of Hobart at the end on that last drive, and then here from the overtime drive that allowed them to beat Andrean tonight.
All right, folks, we appreciate it. Gary, one more time, what is that final?
In overtime, it is the Hobart Brickies 27, the Andrean 59ers 24.
Gary, we appreciate all you doing or all you do for us, and thank you for staying late at this game and losing a little bit of sleep for us.
For you guys, anything.
All right, thanks, Gary. We appreciate that. It's Gary Graben with our game of the week. Hobart defeats Andrean in overtime. All right, folks, I just want to say thank you to everybody here on site. I'd love to sit and chat, but we're a little bit over with what we got. I want to say thank you to our correspondents, Dr. Reed Amons, who's also joining us here on site here for the last section of the game. Gary Schultz, Mireille Fernandez, Russell Broadhacker, Gary Graben, Jason Hill, and Steve Schmidt. For Kyle Svetich, Andrew Johnson, Tom Maloney, and Wayne Svetanoff, my name is Ben Kolodzinski. This has been Game Night. Good night. God bless.